Co-chair.
Chair.
Cindy, good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Morning. Do we have a quorum?
Mornings.
1, 2, 3. Yes, do we have a quorum?
Okay, it is now 8 o'clock. Good morning to you, the Speaker of Parliament, the Chairperson of the NCOP. Good morning to the honorable members, the co-chairperson, Honorable Ndlovu, and the acting co-chair, Honorable Dagmo. Good morning to all honorable members on this platform and our support staff. Let me further extend warm greetings to the STP and the team that he's leading. Let me take this opportunity and thank you for making yourselves available and congratulate you, Speaker, on the 11th straight clean audit that the legislature has achieved, together with the team that you are leading under the stewardship of the STB. Congratulations to you and all the divisions in the legislature that have made this possible. And we encourage you to work even harder so that we keep this eternally. I want to take this opportunity and thank the co-chair, Honorable Ndlovu, and the acting co-chair, Honorable Cameron, for steering the ship and giving me support when I was engaged in other responsibilities of the ad hoc committee. I want to thank you so much. Your support and commitment to the work of the Joint Standing Committee has not gone unnoticed. I want to thank the support team and all honorable members, including the Office of the Speaker, for the support that has been given. I'm going to request Cindy
Recording in progress.
that we flight the agenda on the screen, unless if Honorable Ndlovu has remarks that she may want to make. Honorable Ndlovu.
Good morning, Chair. Mayor Global is running a little bit late. She just sent a message. She's also attending another meeting at the moment, so she will be joining us later.
Oh, okay. The agenda has been flighted as proposed. I want to change. We have officially opened the meeting. If there are any additions, or maybe even before we go to additions on the agenda, let's start with the apologies, Cindy, and formally record them.
Good morning again, Chair, members and guests. We have received 3 apologies, one from the NCOP chairperson who is attending another parliamentary matter, one from Mr. Hadebe, who is attending a CPA conference in Malawi. We did also receive an apology from Mr. Feni, but I see that he has joined us this morning. And those are all the apologies from me. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, can we then move to the next item, which is a confirmation of the agenda? Can I check if honorable members have items that they will want to suggest be included in the agenda, or if there are items that they will want to subtract from the agenda? I'm not seeing any hand. I'm going to suggest that one moves for the adoption of the agenda.
Co-chair, I'd like to move adoption. Sorry for not raising my hand. I've raised my hand now. Member Dagmo.
Okay. You are recognized, honorable member. You move for the adoption of the agenda.
Chair, before we move for the adoption, can I make a comment under the agenda, please?
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we received some documentation literally 30 minutes ago via email pertaining to the rebuilding project and the steering committee, etc., etc., etc. Now, it's impossible for any of members of this committee to go through that documentation, peruse it, make sure that they understand what is being placed in front of them. So I would request that that we get a chance to peruse that documentation before we interrogate it. It's just a common practice in Parliament that documentation is sent to the members of a committee well in advance in time for them to give them an opportunity to prepare properly for the meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Let me understand your suggestion properly. When you say we may need sufficient time or enough time to peruse the document, what do you mean? You mean the item may not have to be discussed today?
Well, I would suggest that all the information in that documentation that we don't discuss today, that we stand that over for the next meeting so that we can get a chance to go through the documentation properly and then engage at the next meeting. So I would suggest that we stay with the original program for this meeting, and that was going to be to put questions to the DBSA and then to go through the documentation that was sent to us prior to this meeting last week, the meeting of the 7th of August.
Okay. Cindy, which are those documents that were sent late?
Morning, Chairperson. Apologies, we received an email that I only saw this morning at 10 to 11 last night with a submission related to the rebuilding project, giving the genesis and the background to the project. So I only distributed that to members this morning when I saw it at 7:30. I distributed to members at 7:30 only.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I check with honorable members because there is a suggestion that the item must be deferred to the next meeting.
Chair.
Honorable Dagmo.
Chair, I would like to support the proposal that the document that was emailed, which gives the genesis to the rebuilding project, can be discussed. I think, as members know, we've got one more meeting in this term on the 28th of August, and I think we can deal with the content of that document at that meeting, as Honourable Badenhorst is suggesting. So I would like to support that proposal.
Oh, okay. Can I check Honorable Van Rooyen? Honorable Van Rooyen, your hand is up.
Good morning, Chair. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Good morning. A very good morning to yourself, Chairperson, and to the Executive Authority of Parliament and honorable members, as well as the Parliament team under the leadership of the Accounting Officer. Chair, I'm not sure if the document is titled. I haven't applied my mind to that document because of obvious reasons. But if it's titled the Genesis, I suspect some of the things that will be discussed in this item might also be covered in that document. I'm not opposed to the suggestion, but I'm just saying maybe you will have to make a determination at the end of the meeting as to the relevancy of deferring that document, because you might find that some of the things covered in that document are exactly going to be covered in the item that we are going to entertain in this meeting. But I'm not sure of the details of that document. I'm just saying maybe we should be cautious of the fact that if we speak of the genesis of the project, we are going to discuss about the project. So definitely it tells that some of the things that we are going to discuss in today's meeting might be covered in that document. So I will leave that to our capable leadership to make an appropriate determination as to the relevancy of discussing it in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. Honorable Nilmay.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the executive here present and to SDP and his team. Chairperson, there's two things that I wanted to do. Firstly is the item that has been sent to us. I think, yes, let us be cautious. Maybe it is background information to the information that we might need for today, and we might need a minute to go through it, should that be relevant. So that was I didn't want to agree that we not actually attend to the document because of the information that might be in that document, that when the presentations come forward, and especially if the SDP is presenting, we can refer to that document should he want us to look at whichever paragraph. So I thought, let me keep an open mind with regards to that and not actually say this document cannot be placed before us today, just in case. So I also wish to agree that the chairperson then decide how we look at that going forward. The second thing is, if that is the case, I was going to second the adoption of the agenda. If we are going to hold that document in the meeting for reference, should there be need, then I would second that we accept the agenda with all the documents that have been supplied to us. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Let's do like this because I have not checked whether the document is a supplementary document to the presentation which is going to be made here by the Project Steering Committee and the DBSA and Parliament. We will give the STP and the Speaker time to clarify that, so that if it's a supplementary document, we will allow the next item to be presented, and they can give us an indication whether they will desire to have that document presented as a supplementary document to the main item, or if it's an item on its own. But honorable members will remember that ourselves, or let me just use this collectively, ourselves as members of this committee are the ones who went out in the public and in the media and raised concerns about this restoration project, even going to an extent of defining it as an unlawful activity. And if on the side of the Office of the Speaker and the STP, there is an intention to clarify any matter or any aspect relating to the project, and we come to this meeting and say, no, the item must not be presented. If, for instance, it's a supplementary document, we sustain that narrative in the public. The public remain in the dark. It remains misled, misfed information. And but I stand to be guided by both the STP and the Speaker what the nature of the document is, and then we can be able to take a decision. STP?
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to all co-chairperson and all the honorable members, Madam Speaker. Indeed, Chairperson, this is not new information that has been brought before the committee. We would not intentionally surface new information. It's merely intended when the questions and clarities are sought in the course of the presentation we made last week on the rebuilding. So this is merely to indicate the project genesis at an institutional level. And that was merely to make sure that all members are empowered sufficiently as part of the response issues. So it's not a new information. It is a background on the genesis of the institutional approval processes for the project. Thanks, Chairperson.
STP, do you have intention to present it, or you just make reference to it that it can be read together with the main document that will be presented? What is your advice on that one?
Chairperson, there will be no new presentation on the rebuild, but because it was stayed over last week in respect of questions and answers, so we felt at the level of the clarification that will be sought, we will emphasize on the governance aspect. So in case there are those clarities, Chairperson, we will then clarify those matters accordingly. So it is not a separate intent to present, but merely as part of response elements on the institutional basis for the project.
Okay. Honorable Speaker.
Good morning, Chairperson, co-chairpersons. My apologies for logging in late. I've been on the road. I'm sorry about that. Thank you.
Apologies accepted, Speaker. So you missed the part that we were deliberating on now.
Yes, Chair, I did.
Oh, okay. So no, it's fine. I think you will catch up as the meeting flows. Honorable members, what we must do is I'm going to allow the team to make presentations on the next item. And the suggestion that Honorable Badenhorst has made does not go away. If at the end of the meeting or after discussions on this item, members strongly feel that the item should be presented in the next meeting, members are gladly welcome to express such sentiments. And during the presentation, STP and your team, if you feel that, for instance, there are certain parts or sections of the document which you want to refer members to, you can always make such references. And like I say, if a strong feeling emerges at the end of the presentation or the proceedings of today, that we feel that the item should be presented, we will provide for that in future to be presented. Yeah, in this way, can we move forward? Can we go to the next item, Cindy? That is the presentation by the DBSA and Parliament and the project team.
Chair, Chairperson.
Okay, Honorable Dagmo.
Chair, now I'm just, my understanding of this item is that the DBSA gave this presentation last Friday. We then went to the site, and what we agreed, and I'm through you, Co-Chair, I just want to check with the meeting. My understanding is that this was now going to be a discussion, so not another presentation. That was my understanding, that we were going to use this time to ask any questions that members may have arising from the presentation and the visit.
Yeah. That's why I'm calling the STP to check if there are any remarks that they may want to make.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Maybe Madam Speaker may want to indicate, I noticed the hand is up, but for our own purpose, Chair, it's Q1 of the 2026-27 as a main item for today. The Q&A is in respect of last week's presentation. Thanks.
Yeah, yes, I agree with that. Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I just wanted to confirm what Honorable Dagmore has said, as well as the STP, that what happened last week, we decided to start with the presentation from the DBSA, and instead of deliberating on that presentation, we agreed to go on site so that we can have, the assessment of the progress that has been made. And we then agreed that because it was so noisy in the site, we can't ask any question, adequately and have a discussion, that this will be the first item on the agenda this time around for discussion, not for new presentation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much. Can I now note the hands that intend to engage on the document? I'm only seeing 3 hands. I want to check if those are the only hands that we have. Okay, we only have 3 hands, so it means the list is closed. It's Honorable Van Rooyen, Honorable Badenhorst, and the last is Honorable Dagmo. Can we take the hands in that order, starting with Honorable Van Rooyen?
Thank you once more, Chairperson. Chairperson, let me start on behalf of my party, MK Party, to welcome the presentation that was made by Parliament, of course, led by the implementing agent, DBSA, on the 7th of this month. And I must indicate that to us as MK, the rebuilding of this Parliament or the restoration of our Parliament is an important national infrastructure program. That, of course, goes a long way to involve historically significant buildings and unusually complex projects of this nature. As much as we recognize the complexity of this project, we are asserting that as MK Party, the complexity of the project shouldn't be reduced to the standard, or maybe should not reduce the standard of financial accountability on the project itself. In fact, we see this project, or the complexity of this project, necessitating an increase on the financial accountability on our side as public representatives. And as we have all noted, the presentation accordingly so provided considerable information about the progress, highly appreciated progress that has been registered by the implementing agent. And unfortunately, from our side, we thought the presentation did not provide sufficient information for us as public representative to independently determine the commercial reasonableness of the amount of the program. That is the 4.8 billion that has been cited in the presentation. And for us to make this particular determination independently, we think to a large extent, we require to have information like the BOQs. We require to have information on the entire contracts. We require to have information on tenders and adjudications. And we require to have information on the cost plans, as well as the variations, but also we require the claims as well as the payment certificates. And of course, we must go into issues of professional appointments and fees. We must go into issues of subcontract procurement records. And of course, we must go into issues of risk and contingency registers. And above all, Chairperson, for us to do this financial accountability thorough, it will require a complete contractual and commercial audit trail from the inception to the forecast final cost. And accordingly, the appropriate, we are urging SMK Party at the appropriate parliamentary response is not to prejudge the project. Instead, is to insist upon the evidence, because we are a bit disturbed of some of us taking this particular important responsibility to the public without even striving to obtain the required evidence. In fact, already some are already prejudging, as you said in your opening remarks, Chairperson, are already prejudging this important project. To us, the presentation received on the 7th explained thoroughly so the design, and we think that the time has come that as Parliament, as public representative, we must now demand a contractual and commercial history behind the design. And correctly so, the presentation outlined what can be referred to as the delays, and that goes with a project of this magnitude. But now, as Parliament, or as public representatives, we think as MK Party that we must now demand proof of those delays and their financial consequences in an appropriate and a very succinct fashion. And the presentation correctly so states that the value of the program goes to that 4.6 billion. What Parliament must now require as part of its oversight role is that the value to be reconstructed, justified, and audited, rent for rent, contract for contract, variation for variation, and day for day. And we think this project, Chair, we are going to reiterate, it's important for us to make sure that this project is concluded in an expedited fashion, because there are so many advantages to that particular outcome. But also we are warning members of this committee, our fellow MPs, that let's not use this project for profiling ourselves politically, or for maybe our political reasons that are not even known to the mandate of this committee. The mandate of this committee is to hold Parliament accountable in as far as this execution of this important project is concerned. That's our submission, Chairperson. I think if we can be provided with all the information that we have cited, that will arm us appropriately to hold Parliament accountable. And of course, we are more than prepared also to make a written submission on what information do we think SMK Park is needed for us to be properly armed to conduct our oversight on this project. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Van Ryan. Honorable Badenhof.
Chair, thank you very much. I'm just going to give you proof of life. I'm here. I'm going to put my video off just to save the bandwidth. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members, and thank you for the opportunity. Chair, I'm not going to go into long political statements. This is not a political meeting. This is a meeting where we do oversight over the financial management of Parliament. So I'll go straight into my questions to the DBSA specifically. Then it might need some assistance from the STP, but let's see how far we go. First of all, I would like to ask the DBSA, what were the reasons given to them for the transfer of the property from Public Works to Parliament, specifically? That's my first question. The second question is, has the DBSA had any knowledge of the Kuga report that was commissioned by Parliament when the buildings first burned down? And have they taken any of the considerations and recommendations of Kuga report into consideration in their rebuild plans, specifically the costing and the proposals of the Kuga report that the National Assembly be reconstructed and the old Assembly be refurbished? Was the I'd like to ask the DBSA if they were prepaid a 900 million rand at the end of 2025, and if they were prepaid 900 million rand by Treasury through Parliament, why was that done? Then I'd like to ask, and now we get into the nitty-gritty, because remember what the situation we have here is we as the members of the Financial Management Committee need to be able to do oversight over the rebuild project. Now, we can do oversight over Parliament, but how do we do oversight over the implementing agent of Parliament, and how do we know what the relationship is between the DBSA as the implementing agent and the contractors? These two main contractors, there's the Raubex, as we saw on the National Assembly side, and on the old Assembly side there's Trencon. And how do we know what costs are involved between Trencon and Raubex's subcontractors, because they also, as the main contractors, are subcontracting? So how do we do oversight over that? So for example, how much has been paid to architects, engineers, quantity surveyors, project managers, and heritage consultants? And how does these fees compare with, for example, National Treasury fee guideline? Because such guidelines exist. On the procurement side, how many variation orders have been approved? What is the cumulative value of all the variation orders? Which variation orders, for example, exceed 20 million rand? Which variations resulted from poor planning rather than unforeseeable site conditions? Has any variations required fresh procurement approvals? On the redesign side of Parliament, we noticed there's a new public viewing deck, a multifunctional amphitheatre, redesigned lounges, premium architectural finishes, extensive new landscaping, and bespoke furniture concepts, which is all fine and well for a building of this stature. But the questions around that would then be, what formal value engineering exercises were undertaken, and which proposed enhancements were rejected due to reduce cost, in order to reduce costs? And then talking about costs, was a cost-benefit analysis prepared for each of the major design enhancements? And then also we were notified that there was a demolition contractor that was on site prior to Trencon and Raubex starting work. And that demolition contractor couldn't finish the work because they were just totally out of their league, apparently. So, was there any damage caused by I think I can't remember the name. It's a it's a civil engineering company, Mazia Civil Engineering, whatever. Was there any damage caused by Mazia that was contracted to do demolition? And what repairs had to take place and at what cost because of Mazia's inability to actually do the job? And has any of those costs been recovered that came forth over Mazia's ineptitude? And then Auditor General. Has the Auditor General raised any findings relating to the rebuild at this stage? Does the Auditor General see the DBSA as an implementing agent? And if not, what do they see them as? Then how does the cost per square meter compare with for example, the building of Parliament, for example, major court buildings, provincial legislatures, and other heritage restoration projects in the country? That'll be my questions for now. Thanks, Chair.
The list is very long. I don't know if the team that has to respond would have captured everything, but in the event, during the responses, there are matters that will not have been responded to. Honorable Badenhot, you can always alert the chair or even the team. If they feel they have missed something, they can always raise that so that you are given comprehensive responses. Can we move to the next and the last speaker? That is Honorable Dagmore.
Thanks, Chair. I think you're spending too much time with Ian Cameron. That's why you always call me Cameron, but I'm only joking. It's fine. Thank you, Chair, and also greetings to Speaker, NCOP Chair, and all the colleagues. I also want to firstly say that, the visit last week and the presentation, for me, gave a lot of confidence in terms of the actual progress being achieved in the Assembly chamber and the old Assembly. And I think there was also quite a frank reflection on the two main challenges which the teams are facing in regard to the rock that has been identified, the fact that traditional blasting is not possible given the heritage issues and how that has impacted on time, and the issue of water. Because I have a view that clearly, as members have said, this is a critical project. A lot of resources are going into it, and I lean towards saying, let's deal with those challenges, understand if they then impact on the timing, but we have to, at the end of the day, ensure that there's value for money for the rebuilding of such an important institution for the country. So I tend towards saying, let's be honest about the reasons for the delays, and so that which I think was given to us and was actually explained, so that we also don't, almost create pressure for a deadline that actually might be difficult to actually meet, given real challenges on the ground. And I think that was informative, but clearly there's been massive progress since the last time we visited. The second issue, I would just like the team to respond. I was quite concerned when we discussed in Parliament this week, the report of our visit early this year, and some members referring to ballooning of costs. I didn't have a sense that there's ballooning. So I would like just again for an explanation about the allocations that have been made. Even some members were raising issues of unspent funds, but all of us know that because of the issues that were explained, you obviously initially there was a slow spending of some of the capital amounts. So if we could just get that notion, does the team actually believe there's a ballooning of costs? Because that's not my impression at all. And then just a sense of the governance issues, because I am also concerned, and I agree that we don't want to, turn a standing committee into a political bun fight, but I am concerned when an impression is given that somehow this whole process is unlawful. Whereas if you look at that historical record, I mean, the matter has been reported here. The steering committee has been set up. We had a change from the one minister to the other, etc. So I think, if there are issues, let's clarify those. But I'm very concerned because it doesn't seem to me that there's any substantial evidence that this project is unlawful because of all the reports we've had consistently in the previous administration. But can we just get some sense of those governance issues? Is the steering committee functioning well? Is all the participants there part of a treasury, public works, and so on? So just some responses to the issues of governance. I know at that meeting that we had, the speaker, co-chair, actually mentioned that she was going to initiate a meeting with the executive around the issue of the involvement of the executive in terms of this particular project. And then finally, Chair, I want to propose that we definitely go and visit again, maybe in December before the end of the year. And I think out of that visit, I think our executive authority would be also in a good position to then make a call on the State of the Nation address and so on. But I really want to commend the work that's been done and the report that we received, and agree fully with members. Let's, if there's detail that we need around particular contracts, let's get those. But let's not make statements outside of the House which actually try and cast this process as somehow unlawful, because I think that's very far from the facts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Cameron. You were the last on the list that I have recognized, so I'm going to allow the STP and the team to respond to the questions that have been fielded. STP, were under your guidance.
Thank you very much, Chair. I noticed there is a hand of Honorable Nila May.
Okay. Let me do this for the last time. This is the very last time. I want to check if there are other members who want to join Honorable Nilmay in asking questions. I had closed the list on those three members, and your hand was not up, Honorable Nilmay, but because this is a virtual platform, and given my personal experiences about rural networks, I will pardon you, but let me also further check if there are other members who may be in a disadvantaged position in terms of digital connections like yourselves. Okay, I'm not seeing any. It means you will be the one and the last. You will be the only and the last.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I apologize. Chair, my comment, and it's more of a comment, came in after when I was listening to Honourable Badnos's questions, and the thoughts that came to my mind at that time of our committee, and please bear with me, and therefore I thought our responsibility as a committee is not to micromanage the rebuild of Parliament, Chair. Our responsibility is to ensure that the money allocated for the rebuild is properly governed, transparently spent, and delivers value for money, which is what we are doing. And that's why I just wanted to actually say that, yes, we must hold management accountable for the answers rather than manage the project ourselves. And I think the oversight is sufficiently we are looking at it rigorously to detect problems early, but the committee therefore is getting the regular input. However, Chair, I'm still thinking that a project of this magnitude and the oversight that we are doing is not about knowing every detail. It's about knowing which details matter, asking the correct questions, which what we are doing. But what I'm basically saying that it's asking that we need to make sure that we've entrusted the people that we've entrusted this project to can account for every decision and every rand, but at the same time that we should not cross the line from oversight to administration. And I think when I'm listening to how some of these details are going through, it is blurring the vision of the timelines, where we are going, what we are doing. And therefore, I was saying to the committee, I agree, we will be going through all the details as the project goes ahead, but that we must be mindful that we don't cross that line of trying to micromanage a project where there are credible, reasonable people doing the project, and that all the information coming forward, as in time it will come, that is where we will have the relevant information for us to have the oversight, Chair. So I just wanted to bring that in, because when I listened to what Honourable Barnos was saying, it was going deep into certain areas at a time when we are actually that should be coming at a later stage, or even, I'm not even sure if it is that relevant in the sense of asking architects, subcontractors, whatever. There are delegated functions and who is doing what. So I was just trying to bring that to the committee's attention. Thanks. Okay.
I don't know if it's me who have missed you, Honorable Nilmay, or if the whole meeting has lost you. Are you still in the meeting?
I'm still in the meeting. Did the committee hear what I was saying, Chair?
Okay. Have you concluded the statement?
Yes, I have concluded, and my concluding remarks was that there's a fine line between micromanaging.
I
Thanks.
heard you when you spoke about the political administrative boundaries. Am I correct?
Yes, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Chair, if I may call a point of order here, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, the point of order is allowed.
Chair, thank you very much. Chair, I would just caution members, because I've now listened to two members intimating that I shouldn't be asking certain questions. And I'd like to remind them there's a very, very clever lady that was in Parliament during the apartheid era that represented the Liberal Party, Helen Suzman. And when she asked difficult questions in Parliament, the old nationalist said to her, stop embarrassing the country by the questions you are asking. And the response was always, you shouldn't worry about the questions I'm asking. You should worry about the responses that you are giving to those questions. So this is a Financial Management of Parliament Committee. This is the only place where we can scrutinize the finances of Parliament. There is no other place. This is the only place where we can scrutinize the decisions taken on finances of a Parliament by the executive authority. So I actually take umbrage to the fact that members are saying don't ask these type of questions. They're too intricate. We should just skim over things, because by skimming over things is how this country got to where it was, where it is today, after 30 years of skimming over things. So I'm sorry, but I will continue going into the detail, because the devil is always in the detail. And after the fact, when we start asking these detailed questions, the horse is bolted, the money is spent. The taxpayers will throw up their hands in the air and say, where's this committee been during the rebuild projects? What did this committee do to make sure that the right questions get asked? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. I think what we should do, let's move ahead and take the responses. The questions have been asked, and let's allow the administration to ask the questions. We must do oversight. I agree with you, Honorable Badenhorst. And there cannot be any honorable member who says to you that you can ask these questions and you cannot ask these questions. But be that as it may, there is a sentiment that is being expressed that as a political committee of parliament, we must allow administration to do its work and not be seen micromanaging it. And I agree with your point of order that it is valid that you must ask questions. Let's move ahead. The STP.
Thank you very much, Honorable Co-Chairperson and members. I'm not sure if Madam Speaker may want to make a broad reflection on specific matters before we get in, or she would prefer to respond later.
Chairperson, through you, I will come at the end. I thought certain specific questions were directly posed to the implementing agent. So my proposal would be we allow the DBSA to start in terms of the responses. Thereafter, Parliament's administration, led by the Secretary, respond on some of those issues that relate to Parliament in terms of its relationship with the implementing agent, and also the other issues of oversight that relates to the steering committee, which includes Parliament, Public Works, and National Treasury. So I will propose that maybe in terms of the order of responses, that's the line we should follow, Chairperson. Thank you.
Agreed. Let's take the STP. You will guide us, STP, between yourself and the implementing agent and the project steering committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The areas that we will cover will fall into three components on the assessment of the questions. DBSA will deal with all the commercial related questions, including cost variations and guidelines of National Treasury and so on. And we will reflect on the issue of their status in this relationship and how they were appointed. And we will also respond on the KUHA issue ourselves on this side, as well as the dimension of governance about the role of Parliament in implementing this project. So I would like to request DBS, but they should also, it's my understanding, the question of the project breakdown relative to allegations of ballooning. They will also respond to that. And I think it will be important for us to restate, honorable members, that the 4.6 billion is about all the project work packages that we have reported to the standing committee. over a number of times from 6th Parliament to the 7th Parliament, that it is about 7 work packages that cumulatively constitute the 4.6. But I think they will be able to explain the components of that as part of the response. Over to you, Mr. Chwene.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, STP. Thank you, Chair. I was just trying to just give proof of life, and just after that, I'll just switch off the video. Thank you so much. Also to appreciate members and the speaker. Let me reflect first on the comments made by Honourable May, to then indicate, to then say from our side and as a collective, we accept the commitment to complete this this project as planned. And I think for us in the engagements with the committee, it was always our view to then ensure that at least we get to a shared vision in terms of the just the end game, to then say this is where we're really going to then complete the project. And I think one of the critical things is also to ensure that we always on account, and that's the reason why we're looking at providing the necessary information that is required. And I think we'll really definitely account for those decisions. But let me start from a point of what has been raised by Honourable Van Rijn, but also before that, just to articulate that when we engaged with Parliament in terms of the broad infrastructure, we didn't just limit it to just the restoration and rebuild of the new assembly, as well as the refurbishment of the old assembly. We had to look at it in broad terms and futuristically, to then say how do we then ensure a very sustainable infrastructure built, as well as a continued maintenance of this of the Parliament precinct itself. And that's why we called the program a Parliament Infrastructure Delivery Program, which then had a number of components. And those components, as we said, as STP has indicated, constituted the whole entire program. And that's why I depart from there to try and want to step by step articulate as to saying that what is the cost for each and every component, so that we don't continue obviously saying this is 4.6 million, 4.6 billion is for the entire program itself. And I think from that point, if members will recall, at the time that we were engaged around March in 2023, by that time the site of Parliament, the site of the banned Parliament was still a crime scene, and a crime scene. It was a crime scene from the day it banned up until around December, when there was still work that has been done. So the site, when it was handed over in March, when we were also appointed as the DBSA, we then looked at the whole entire process and said, how do we plan this project? And we started from the point of saying, look, typically nobody knows as to what's happening out in there, and then we had to find what we have to package our work in different packages. And the first package that we started with was the early works. The early works package, the reason why we went for that is we wanted to start to define the safe access. And by that time, the Guha report was already up, but the Guha report was more what we normally call the visual inspection. It was more the visual inspection and beginning to articulate whatever that they can see and not see, because they could not really go there and determine the amount of damage that could have been done in that particular process. Hence, their proposals in terms of their report, it was basically to then doubt as to whether we do like for like, or we then be in a position to then reconstruct this thing. But I'll come to that particular point when I answer some of the questions Honourable Button has put. So I'm trying to then say, we then started to then say, let's work first the safe access. That was the package on the safe access, to then say, how do we then begin to do some structural integrity check and begin to send engineers to go and check. And we had to do that thoroughly, because we were not sure as to which particular kind of walls would cave in or what would then happen at that particular point in time. And then we had to embark on that particular process. And that was the safe access process, because that time, when even AG wanted to audit, there was no way that they could audit, and because they could not really get into that because it was not determined to be safe. So we started to map up and dissect the building and say, this is the red zone, this is the the green zone we can walk, and start to determine the walking path. And then with that process, we are trying to pave a way for us to deal with what we call the asset verification process. Because then, by that time, the audit of Parliament was at risk, and I think the Auditor General was saying that I don't know whether what has been salvaged, what has not been, what has banned in that particular process. So we had to carefully deal with that process, and we with this safe access, we could really be in a position to then can look at the asset verification, and those assets were verified, and AG was satisfied in the audit that Parliament, this is what has been, this is what we're going to write off, and all of those sort of things that has happened. So that is the package itself called, the asset verification. Then we said to ourselves, one of the things is that water was already deep into that particular space, and then we then start to then say, maybe let's start with the roof in this place. Then we did a temporary roof. That temporary roof, again, was a measure of then beginning to ensure that at least we don't allow more water as it was raining and all of that to get into the surface. Then it was going to compromise even the whole entire reconstruction of Parliament. So we had to embark on a rubble removal. Again, the budget that was allocated, obviously, from the Minister of Finance at that time to Parliament as an allocation to just look at what could be done at that point in time, it was that 2 billion rand that was allocated, and that's where Parliament were tapping the funding from in order to deal with the early works, in order to deal with the safe access, in order to deal with the asset verification, further to deal with the roof issue. Again, we're utilizing that particular budget to deal with the rubble removal. We had to really remove the rubble to start making sure that we are able to understand as to the extent of the rubble to that effect. And after that, there was also then the issues of the offices, because it was at that time that members lost offices. There were a number of offices that needed to be done. So as part of that early works, we then had to do 155 offices then, and that was the construction that particularly happened. And in those offices was also part of the early works that we needed to do. And then at that point, we also then said to ourselves, maybe what is important in order to look at the agency and how we accelerate, because what we then started to depart on was how do we accelerate this project so that we don't do it as a normal project that people say that a 1 billion project needs to take 4 years or 5 years. We said, no, let's try and find a way of how we could really then be in a position to accelerate and be innovative in the process. And that innovation meant what we needed to do was to then say, bring some of the works forward. Then we did the whole entire thing of a demolition. That demolition process was to then say, we're demolishing the spaces that we know engineering-wise, it was deemed to then be unsafe. The columns were compromised by the fire, and then we had to really be in a position to cut, especially in the new assembly. So that was another package that was done. We could have easily put that particular kind of a package with the contractor appointment at that point in time. But when we calculated, we realized that if we pull in this, it's going to really mean that the whole entire, because the contractor was going to price to pull it as part of the program, then we were not going to really be in a position. We're going to find that we have to spend another 36 months or 48 months to construct and complete. And that, again, as I said, our principle was saying, let's start from the point of saying, how do we become innovative and start to do this thing outside the practice of just your normal, typical way of doing things. And we said, look, let's apply ourselves to that effect. So that early works package was one of the packages that we did. So in that early works package combined, the total cost by that time, the budget was 114.7 million. And we have reported to this committee to then say, we spent 112.8 million. And there was obviously questions that were raised to then say there is overspending. And we have proven to then say, from the 114.7 million that was allocated and budgeted for, we spent 112. So there's no cost overrun in that particular regard. And those details are particularly there. Then that is the first package of the early works. The second package was basically dealing with the issue of the master plan. We also thought, look, let's just not look at the whole entire thing in isolation. Let's look at how do we then look at having an ideal parliament like other countries have, where you have a parliament precinct depicting a precinct in essence, and that you don't find that it's the way that our parliament looks like. Then we said, then there was a master plan project that we then started to just from a planning point of view, and even in that master plan component, we budgeted 9.1 million, and then at this point in time we spent only 831 because it's a process which is appreciating that also with the completion of the current work, it must integrate to that effect. So that again, we're still on course in terms of really coming up with a robust master plan for Parliament of the country. And we then also said to ourselves, we must also start looking at the total facilities management package, so that at least as we going on, then we start packaging, putting together a total facilities management package to that effect. So that became another package and component that we needed to deal with parallel to what we're doing. But at that time, we then thought, when we're dealing with the early works, we started with the issue of the designs, because there's no way you're going to be starting a project without designs and beginning to determine the costs. That's why we keep on saying that the cost cannot be determined before you build, because anyone that builds his own house or built whatever the infrastructure, you first have to do the designs, cost the designs, review the designs, and come up to a particular cost. So it can't be that at that point in time we knew what it is that is going to really be the cost of the construction of this thing, because it would really have been very abnormal in terms of the way the practice is. Because even if I build my own house, it's the fact that you first have to then know what are the plans you design. After designing, then the QSs will then work out what is the cost of the design. Then you start looking at that design, and that was the brief at that point in time, even from the ministry, from Parliament, to then say, DBSA, as you are then busy with the design, you'll come back when then we are sure of what are the designs and how you costed the designs and what the market response is. Which market response is what I'm going to take you through in terms of what particularly happened. And then the other package was then the package of the old assembly as well as the new assembly, which is basically the core of this. And in that regard, we again, went to when we completed the designs, then we presented the budget, and then this budget was reviewed thoroughly. We invited all of the necessary parties. We presented to the committee in terms of what this design is. And then while that agreement was reached in terms of the design, we then even presented the cost of it as estimated at that particular point in time. And then as the DBSA, we went out to the market to then source for contractors and the capacity out of this country. And then we then secured that for the old assembly. We then secured Trancon Construction on the strength of their experience, and then we appointed them at 1.3 billion. And then the new assembly, we then came to Robex appointed at 2.2 billion. And the reason why we did the split in that regard was again a risk management issue, was to then say, let's not give one contractor to then be in a position to be working on one thing. These are two buildings. But we're very clear that it is one project, that needs to be taken to that. And that's why the orientation we gave to all of the contractors themselves was also to then say, we need to work together in tandem, because you are working on this. It's just a wall that separates the particular process. But it was to try and pull together the whole entire capacity of the country that we have in the construction sector to deal with this particular process. So all in all, prior to the new assembly, hence we then had the demolition contract that I was talking about to bring forward some of the work while the design is taking place. That's when we appointed we went out on tender, and then we then appointed out of the tender, we had 3 companies that were 2 from the Western Cape, and the other one was Mazia itself, also having offices in the Western Cape also. So we then appointed Mazia on the basis of their capacity as well as the strength in terms of the pricing that they gave us. Because the other two that we had that came from the Western Cape, or the other two companies that we had, one wanted to do gave us a price of around 200 and something million. The other one gave us around 150 million, and Mazia came at 75 million. And we have also provided the cost and the reports in that regard to then say, of the 75.1 million that Mazia basically gave us, we spent 74.7 million, and that work was completed. So that work was completed, and that was that particular package that saw us beginning to start to rebuild, from the ground in terms of the design, but of the Parliament, and that is part of what we had to do. So I wanted to spend time on that so that at least members can really appreciate, as to then say, the design determined the cost of both the old assembly and the new assembly. But again, to then say the 4.6 is not basically to then say we're building the new assembly with 4.6. It's not that we're building the old assembly with 4.6, but it's that to then say old assembly out of the 4.6, if you dissect it basically the contractor has been appointed at 1.3 billion. If you then dissect the new assembly is 2.2 billion. So if you like, you could really say the whole entire rebuild particularly is going to be costing us about 3.5, and so without us even to put in the issue of the fees at this point in time. So I think that should then provide the basis, Chair, in terms of where we're coming. And again, how these costs were determined, as I said, we had proper processes as defined in the framework for infrastructure delivery program as defined by National Treasury, followed that very same IDMS process, and then all of the costs kept on being reviewed from a gateway review processes that we ran because of the nature of the project, and that's why we came to that particular cost as we look at. So from what Honorable Van Rijn is raising, I think obviously those details it comes up as line items that we really could provide at a particular point in terms of the project itself. We have obviously the BOQs for this project, and then ultimately we are tightly monitoring those particular kind of BOQs, but with a view of again making sure that we achieve the progress that needs to be done, because at the end of the day, all of this particular kind of thing will be accounted for rent for rent. And I think the delays that you are raising, Honorable Van Rijn, the reason why we also propose that let it just not be a boardroom presentations that we do. Let's also go and see what's happening on site so that members can juxtapose what they see on paper and also what they see on the ground. And that's the reason why we had to take it to the site to see where the water stream that we needed to solve for, where the rock issues, the asbestos issues, and that is the reason why we thought it's important to then give the clear proof of what delays that has happened in that regard. And these delays, as we say, contractually from the contract that we utilize with the JBCC, we're very clear recording all of those sort of things. And then sometimes it warrants variation orders that has been spoken about, which is particularly the nature of the construction itself. And then those variation orders thoroughly examined, by the professionals, and then we then package them. Then we start then saying, for this particular time that has been lost or the time that has been spent, this is the amount that it has been attracted. And that information is there. We've presented it to the auditors, and the auditors also made their own determination, and at this point in time, there was no issue in terms of the justifications that has been provided for those particular kind of work that needed to be done. And that's the reason why we wanted to really ensure that continuously we do the site visit to see the progress, physically from that point. Now, there was a question around whether we had a knowledge of the Guga report. Yes, we had a very thorough knowledge of the Guga report, and we took the Guga report into consideration, analyzed it, obviously it was inconclusive because the fact, like as I said, they could not get deeper. Like we had to really be in a position to get the structural, civil engineers to really go deeper, and even after we have then removed the rubble itself. So at that point in time, obviously we took consideration of what they made as recommendations, and one of the things that we looked at was when the report also articulated that maybe we need to look at for like, and we said no, like for like from our side, it is should be determined by the structural integrity as it stands, and that's why in some cases there's just the like for like particularly applies in your old assembly than in the new assembly in that regard. So definitely we took consideration of that. And then that's why we came to that point in the conclusion of saying, then we'll do the reconstruction this side and the refurbishment this side. Again appreciating the heritage components in this regard. So definitely we took consideration of the Guha report. One of the things that we did not necessarily, agree with the report was the fact that that their report obviously was considering this rebuild might take about 5 years. Not that we disagree. Let me not say we disagree, but one of the considerations that we thought, let's see how we could really re-engineer this process and push ourselves to not spend 5 years and try and see that we can really do this particular project earlier. And that's why we had to plan things in the manner that we planned them, which is the demolition again to that effect. And again, there is one of the strategies that needed to be applied was that we had to also in the planning after appointing the contractor and say, contractor, how do we then begin to contract this program so that we are able to ensure that we deliver this project than usual projects will take. As much as Kurha was recommending that 5 years, can't we really find a way of dealing with this particular matter? And the only way to deal with that is basically to plan it thoroughly. That's why we had to deal with the demolition. On the other side, we had to then look at what are the long lead items in our bill of quantities that we can really be in a position as we then start ordering that. And that's where the whole entire thing necessitated what people will call prepayments, but we call it, obviously, it's prepayment or advance payment, particularly to ensure that we start ordering the lift that is going to take 8 months, or we start ordering certain roof that will really been defined that is going to be taking 12 months. So we then started to plan the work thoroughly to ensure that we bring forward some of these things. So what it necessitated definitely was that you had to then be in a person to ask the contractor to then say, okay, I see contractor, these are the critical path areas, these are the critical equipment that we need to really be in a position to pull so that it mustn't delay us. Can we order it now? And to order it now, mostly you have to be paying the deposits for that matter. So they will come and say, this is the deposit that needs to be paid. And then we will justify that, package it, verify with the suppliers that is the cost. And that then we release the advance payment. But we don't release it irresponsibly. What we do is that we then say, for us to release that as per the Treasury guidelines, we need what we call the advance payment guarantee thoroughly as a liquid document that we can really utilize if in case anything happens. And then we secured all of those particular kind of things. And that's the reason why we then justified to both Parliament and Treasury to then say, we want to order this lift that is going to take 17 months. We want it to really be coming now so that at least when we look at our timeline, it's going to enable us to really be in a position to fast track this particular process. So it's what normally happens. But what we are securing this thing with is the advanced payment guarantee, which basically is the guarantee that we received. And that is in addition to the total guarantee that we received, because in construction, the contractor, if we appointed them for 2.5 billion or 2.3 billion, they will have to give us about 10% of that as the guarantee, which we also secured from the contractors themselves. So those were the performance guarantees that we received. But then we also then augmented with the guarantee for the advance payment for in case that lift doesn't arrive and then this and that, then we still know that we have secured the government money, and then that's basically what happened. So that prepayment that Honorable Barinos is asking about is basically to then say it was part of the strategy to deal with that, but we secured the fact that we had those particular, advance payment guarantee vetted, and then that's why we presented to the AG to then say this is basically, what particularly transpired, and that helped a lot. Even now, the progress you see, if we could have not applied that particular process, we wouldn't have really been at where we are, because we know these are long lead items. Now, the relationship we have with the contractors is a contractual one, Honorable Badinos. It's more a contractual. We've advertised, they've come, they meshed, we engaged, and then they got evaluated, vetted, all of that. Then we appointed them, and then after appointing them, then we had to sign a contract with them, and then our contract is what is governing the relationship that we have. Hence, whatever that happens into the project, we manage it through that particular contract, from performance to engagements on site. That is basically the kind of the relationship that we have with them. So on the issues as to how much we have paid to the contractors, this again, the determination thereof in terms of what we've paid, even before as to what we've paid, but what we have approved as the fees or what we have appointed. Remember, with them, they also tendered on the basis of the value, because they get to be paid in accordance with the value of the project itself. So if they say to you, we're coming at 7%, whichever is the price that they offer, then you look at the 7% of that total very cost of what they're coming up with. So, but that is guided by the Engineering Council and the EXA, what do you call the EXA rates and EXA guidelines. So in that regard, we then find that the architects has got their own guideline, the QS has also got the guidelines. So as a consortium that we appoint, we look at those particular kind of things guided from that point. So as to how much has been paid, also we have been reporting in terms of saying that has been the cost of each and every a professional team, and then this is so far that we have paid, and that information is available obviously to deal with that. So on the procurement and the views, as we said, I mean, we've also explained the procurement on this particular project. What we did first was to then say this is a massive and a great an iconic building that we really want to do, and then as a result, again, as we were planning, we thought it's important for us to then say who in this country, from a capacity point of view of the country, can be in a position to align with the timelines that we want, but to align with the construction of this magnitude and the complexity that it warrants. And that's why we went out at that time from procurement, went out for pre-qualification process, and then all of these companies in the country that we can think about, that when we talk of South Africa's construction industry, you're talking WBHO, you're talking Enza Construction, you're talking Troncon, you're talking Robex, you're talking, there are a number of them, and not even more than 10. And we advertised that particular process, and then we pre-qualified. After pre-qualification, both of them were sent to the site to see the magnitude, the complexity, and then they went to the site. And then after that, when the designs were done, finalized, then that's when we then engaged with them to then say, now we need you to then be in a position to price us. And the price us, we did thorough evaluation, did probity checks, and then in that regard, then get to the finalization in terms of the appointment for those people that fulfilled our condition precedents, like your guarantees, the insurances, all of the necessary things that were required. And that's basically what we ended up doing with regards to the procurement. And with the views, these are variation orders are part of the program, but obviously the views are determined by what you may not have seen on site or any particular additions that really happened. And that's where we're coming from to then say, there's a rock, we can't blast in Parliament in that particular space. We have to find a way of how we deal with this. So the method statement had to change, and that would attract some cost in that regard. Now, the working is that, you don't want to then be working 8 to 4 or 7 to 5. You will have to then even extend the hours. That again necessitate, some bit of cost in that regard. So we can assure you, members, that we have done a thorough redesign, a value engineering on this design. When this design was presented in the first, did a thorough value engineering. We even met with the chief whips. We met with a number of political structures to a point that at some point we even had a conversation to finalize and get the approval of the designs. at the Emperor's Palace, where all of the parties were there. The speaker there, and then we're talking about presenting the thing, and that's when we got the blessings to then say, no, the design is proper, you then can proceed with that particular point in time. So the value engineering that was done was that even at that point in time, we had to look at a number of things to then say, how do we then get to build a parliament that can sustain over 100 years to come in that regard? And that has happened very well. And then to ensure that we align to the compliance process on how we plan infrastructure in the country, as I said, we did that cost-benefit analysis thoroughly, and the gateway reviews is one of those particular mechanisms that happen. We've got professionals from universities in the Western Cape, got industrial practitioners to thoroughly look at this whole entire design to that point that everyone then endorsed and said we can then really be in a position to proceed. So the issue of the demolition, as Honorable Badanos is asking, the demolition was completed, and there was no particular kind of a damage that to our knowledge, we have in relation to that, because I think for us, the demolition was done in accordance with what we've specified, and it may have been that on the time we wanted to, just took another month more than the time that we really planned. But obviously, that was completed. As I said, we budgeted 75.1 and versus the 74.7 that we've spent. And then we then even did a very clear review of saying, what would have happened if we would have appointed somebody of 149 million? So that's when we started realizing that this was also another overpricing that we really had to mitigate for, because if this work was done at that very same amount, why would we have paid 240-something million for the same demolition that we would have done at that particular point in time? But that we had to prove to the AG, and the AG could see that, yeah, indeed, the decision that has been taken was rational in a sense, and there was no damage at this point in time, if I have to talk about it. So the Auditor General see us as how Auditor General see us. Auditor General, we are in 36 departments. We're doing work for public works. We're doing work for, doing lots of work. We've done over 5 billion for public works. We've done education. We're doing, there's a lot. We've done 36 departments in this regard since 2011, 2012. So AG has always been auditing. We've always been audited. The AG has been auditing us in that particular regard with the same standards. We have always been recognized as an implementing agent. And that's how we believe AG sees us as we speak, and like as I said, AG would audit Parliament. They would audit us also our own as our auditors, and then we'll match this whole entire audits, and that's why I can confirm that AG sees us as an implementing agent, as an organ of state to that regard. So I think that takes care of the questions that have been raised from Honorable Badenost. And maybe, Chair, let me look at reflecting on what Honorable Dagmar has indicated. And I think he's correct. We had to show the delays in terms of what has been the reasons for those delays, which are typical, obviously, in the construction. The most important thing is how are we mitigating the risks in that particular regard. And I think the effectiveness of our risk management process is what we think at some point, if we want to test, we could test it, but we could say we're really particularly pushing to that effect. And I think, Honorable Dagmar, you're clear to then say, yes, there is this narrative of ballooning costs. To be very honest, we don't know where this particular thing, as I've articulated and I've provided with the report, to then say, how much do we spend on each of the packages so far? And so far, we there's no cost overruns. I mean, we got to submit those reports. We even submitted to the Minister of Finance to just showcase that no, there's no particular overspending that has particularly happened. So the ballooning of the cost, I think it's pretty much on the original 2 billion that was allocated as an allocation to then say, I'm putting the allocation of 2 billion at this point in time. And then in the meantime, when you're finished with the design, you'll come back and you tell us as to what is the total cost of this whole entire thing. Hence, we were saying, look at it from a program point of view, and let's not look at it as just that building and those 2 buildings that we're really doing. It is that particular package. But also to then say, you cannot build before you know exactly that this is the design and this is how we're going to really look at the cost. And that's what we needed to really be in a position to do at that particular point in time. And we really, really appreciate the committee's commitment to then even not just, asking us questions in the boardroom, but also beginning to look at the site at that particular point. So, Chair, I think for me, those are the kind of areas that I think have been raised. Just to then say, sum it up to then say, there's no ballooning of costs. That the total cost of both the old assembly and new assembly, if roughly you have to look at it, you need to look at from that 4.6, look at around 3.5 billion being what has been allocated for this particular for the 2 buildings. And then again, it's just to also demonstrate to then say the progress that we have seen on site on the 7th, it is exactly the progress that we're then beginning to then, be proud of, to then say we really, are pushing to really ensure that this particular project is completed, which again is going to be shared victory between, ourselves and anyone that is actually having an interest in terms of this particular project. So for that matter, Chair, let me defer back to the STP, unless if there's any particular question, then they could raise us to say maybe I could have missed it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chair. In case there is any other question that would not be exhaustively dealt with, we will come back to that. Let's allow the STP to continue in the line of responses.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We will pick on the aspects of institutional governance that Honorable Cameron has raised, but also re-emphasize the areas of the overall project elements around the amount. Chairperson, I think on the area of project governance, we premised this project on a collaborative model right from conceptual stage. And this is from August 2022. At that time, in preparation for the Joint Standing Committee, that was to receive the briefing by Public Works on the Kukha report. So at that time, at the level of the executive authority of Parliament, having seen the need that it's important to work together with the key role players, the funders of what Parliament would need, which is National Treasury, and the custodian role players in respect of the precinct, which is Public Works. So at the level of engagements of the executive authorities respectively, agreements were reached that this project is an extraordinary undertaking occasioned by the disaster that happened. So we need to work together on thinking about implementation modalities. And those executive engagements took place and followed by various implementation discussions at the level of principals, departments, National Treasury, Public Works, and Parliament at the level of accounting officers of these 3 institutions. It was also specifically made to us that it's important to set together a project steering committee comprising of these 3 institutions. Indeed, we established that. And to date, Chairperson, of this project, we have met 11 times at the project steering committee. And that includes National Treasury, that includes Public Works, and it continues apace even this period. So we haven't received any issues that says there are concerns about legality of this project. It's a fairly new development and also some concerns that have been publicly expressed, that Public Works has no records on any of these matters. It's quite surprising to us. We have adequate records that demonstrate engagements between Parliament and Public Works. So we may not know what happens on their side, on their own administration. But on our side, definitely, we have administrative records that indicates that continuously we work together, and also at the level of the enabling instruments that allow Parliament to implement projects. And those enabling instruments, honorable members, they predate even fire. The fire was 2022 January, and we have working institutional arrangements with Public Works that define what Public Works does in the precinct as an agent of Parliament on the projects of Parliament. They may have custodial functions over the state assets overall, but in Parliament, they are the information agent of Parliament in the structure of our relationship, which is the Memorandum of Agreement. And that also is accompanied by service level agreements on all the facilities that they manage for us, general maintenance, capital related projects, and so on. And they contain sufficient elements that cover the work we're doing on the rebuilding. The element of the custodial functions, which is a long-term undertaking for Parliament, sometimes it gets conflated into the relationship between rebuilding versus custodial issues. And I think I would ask the head of legal services to reflect on that element in detail. Suffice to say, Chairperson, from all the transitions at Public Works at the level of the ministry, from the 2022 up to 2024-25, there has been engagements at that level in terms of briefing for the project, and that is accompanied by full participation of the department at the level of officials on the work of the project we are doing. At the level of technical level, we have standing engagements with Public Works and National Treasury on this project. So I would like to leave it there, Chairperson, just to indicate that the illustration of those engagements is all documented, and it will demonstrate that none of the issues that are being raised have either been raised at the level of Auditor General that audits this project comprehensively on the side of DBSA, comprehensively on the side of Parliament. All the financial years, these institutional arrangements are audited, and Auditor General reports to Parliament around these matters. So some of these matters at the level of the presentation of annual reports will also offer an opportunity for a response on those matters. I would like to invite the head of legal, Advocate Jenkins, to reflect on the specific instruments that define the relationship of Parliament at the level of GIAMA and at the level of the Memorandum of Agreements. And if there's anything left, Mr. Mashiko, our project lead manager here, would also respond on those areas where necessary. Thanks, Chairperson. Through you, Advocate Jenkins.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairpersons. Thank you very much, members of Parliament, as well as Secretary to Parliament and colleagues. Chairpersons, in 2020, Parliament signed a service level agreement and a memorandum of agreement with Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. And those two instruments sets out that the implementing agent for Parliament is the DPWI. And there's allowance in that instruments, specifically in the MOA, that Parliament should seek permission for what's called client-funded projects. And in the SLA, that's further elaborated to say that should the client receive additional funding for National Treasury, that funding will then be the client's responsibility. It will be spent in accordance with procurement prescripts of the client being Parliament, of course. And it doesn't take away the status of DPWI. But that is the basis upon which Parliament then, as a client, could negotiate with DPWI on getting permission to run the project itself, the project of the rebuild, because it's taken specifically in terms of the MOA. So, Chairperson and members, according to what we have seen and what the records between the DPWI and Parliament, there has then been a request at one stage, while this building was continuing, to consider transferring the custodianship to Parliament. Now, that was not done to get access or to manage or to govern the rebuilding project. That was post the rebuilding stage. Because according to our records, there was a written answer from DPWI that indicates that the issue of custodianship is a long-term issue, and it's also broader than just the relationship between Parliament and DPWI. While that process is going on, and we were then advised that they will take legal advice and come back to us. While that process is going on, DPWI indicated that the two other projects must continue. Project one being the communal projects between DPWI and Parliament, notably the roof of the NCOP, Mark's building, etc. And then the rebuilding project, which is Parliament's or the client's own project. That record clearly states that Parliament continues with those projects, not because of the issues of GIAMA or anything what was referred to in that correspondence to do with Section 18 and 19 of GIAMA, which is then the transfer of the custodianship itself. So, Chair, that is where we are at this point in time. We haven't seen that response or the legal opinions from Department of Public Works and Infrastructure on GIAMA. But as you're aware, and I see it is on the agenda today, the parliamentary villages and the issue of the custodianship of those have come up. And in that regard, our office is assisting that committee to draft the legislation. So we then looked at the GIAMA itself. Now, because the GIAMA is very specific that you need a transfer unless there is an assignment of custodianship in other legislation that predates GIAMA. We looked at it and saw that the parliamentary villages do not form part of parliamentary precincts. So if Parliament wants to take control of that, we will have to get an assignment from DPWI in terms of Section 19, I think, of GIAMA. Reflecting on the precincts of Parliament, of course, it's a different story, because according to the Constitution, there is a separation of powers. And that principle was recognized by the Constitutional Court in the certification judgment itself, where various political parties took the issue of separation of powers to the Constitutional Court. The Constitutional Court in that regard said that the text at that point caters specifically for or sufficiently enough for separation of powers, and it is a developing concept in most democracies, including ourselves. So based on that, of course, in 2004, we passed the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, which clearly sets out that the control of the precincts of Parliament is resting with the presiding officers, namely the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, acting jointly. So when we looked at the question of whether GIAMA applies in light of the 2004 Powers and Privileges Act, we found that there is not sufficient clarity. It does not appear in GIAMA in terms of the definition of user, whether Parliament is included in that. And we, from our office, certainly interpret the provisions of GIAMA that it's not sufficiently clear that Parliament is covered by GIAMA insofar as the precincts are concerned, not the not the parliamentary villages. So insofar as the precincts are concerned, we don't think there's sufficient clarity, and we doubt that GIAMA applies to the parliamentary precincts. However, it would be very useful to get that legal opinion from Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and even have that discussion with them. Certainly to actually give effect to the constitutional provisions of separation of powers, and to make it real. However that should be done. But Honourable Chairpersons, that is as much as our office advised. Insofar as the parliamentary village, which is a further topic later on, I think that's separate. But the crux of the matter is that the rebuilding project is separate from the GIAMA project completely, according to the records we have in terms of what DPWI is saying and according to what our office has been advising. That project is driven by the SLA and MOA from 2020. And then the relevant agreements and interactions at executive and DG and STP level. Thank you very much, Secretary and Chairpersons.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not sure, Mr. Mashiko, is there anything?
Yeah.
Please proceed.
Thank you, STP. And good morning, Co-Chairperson, Madam Speaker and Madam Chairperson of the NCLP. The key question from Honourable Van Rooyen related to provision of information in respect of the costing of the project, any variations, risk management, any extension of time claims and related issues. Chairperson, we confirm that that information is available and can be made available. And the DBSA obviously can deal with that issue accordingly. But also just to indicate as a principle, the Chairperson governing the professionally registered quantity surveyors, that for any professional quantity surveyor who may want to review the work of another professional quantity surveyor, in this case, the quantity surveyors who put together the bills of quantities or the BOQs as requested, the costing as requested, the variations, and all project-related documents. The code of conduct of the professional registered quantity surveyors requires that there must be an engagement between the two quantity surveyors before any review is conducted. And that's intended to protect the reputation of the council and also the reputation of a fellow quantity surveyor, because the costing principles may differ. The assumptions that the quantity surveyor made when he did the costing may not be known to a person who does the review. And therefore, it is important that they have to sit and align in terms of the costing principles and assumptions that were made and the standards that they used in terms of costing before any analysis is done. And as I said, it's a normal standard, but the information will be made available. But Chair, I thought it is also important to respond to the issue of reference to the Guha report. I know that the DBSA indicated that they did review the Guha report. But what is important is to look at the principles so that there is no confusion and to assist the committee in making its decisions. Again, we move from the premise of the code of conduct of respective professions, and it requires us to respect the work of fellow professionals. And we confirm that Guha put together a good report. All the project managers, the architects, heritage architects, quantity surveyors and engineers that put together the report, they did a good work under the pressure and the circumstances that they faced. But Chair, that is not a baseline report for comparison to any costing that is the current costing at where we are in terms of construction. The Guha report, we did review it ourselves as Parliament before we gave the DBSA a brief. And this report indicates that it provides an overview of the history, development, and the significance of each relevant structures, and proposes appropriate response strategy for each building based on the considerations. So the report is not a design report. It is not a conceptual design report at stage 2. It was a flash report based on an assessment. And it further outlines the limitations. And those limitations say that they had limited timelines and pressures in implementing this project. And therefore, further engagements need to be made. So those limitations actually indicate that you cannot make a basis of comparison to this report, understanding that it was not even a stage 1 report or a stage 2 report or even a design report. In respect of the issue raised around the costing per square meter, which Honorable Badenhorst, we confirm that the costing per square meter does compare reasonably well to the courts and other infrastructure. But of course, every project is a unique endeavor on its own. Projects are not the same, and you may not compare projects like for like. And in the case of the National Assembly and the Old Assembly, these are unique projects on their own, considering the fact that we're responding to fire damaged buildings, we're responding to heritage protected buildings, and that there's a factor for renovation when you have many unknowns. There's also a fact that the courts may not have infrastructure such as what we have in the National Assembly and the Old Assembly. The courts do not have broadcasting equipment that is specialized and which is sourced overseas. The courts obviously do have AV equipment, but then the extent and the level is different from our installations. The courts may not also have a requirement for the prestige norms, which are the norms that were published by Department of Public Works as part of the regulations that were made by the minister. And those norms define the prestige standards that need to be considered when designs are put together. So those the prestige norms align to the stature of members. And therefore, you will understand that a court may have a basic infrastructure, such as benches, which are not aligned to the prestige standards because, as I indicated, the norms and standards of DPWI define finishes of Parliament different from the courts. So it is important that we make that distinction so that while we compare reasonably well, if we were going to take out those additional elements, including broadcasting equipment, we should also take note of the fact that the conditions are different. There was an issue of whether the AG did consider the DBSA as an agent. That has been clearly defined. It's a process that is ongoing in terms of the reporting. And at this stage, there's nothing that the AG has raised in terms of a challenge relating to the DBSA and Parliament relationship. And there's an emerging issue that we'll deal with in terms of the future emerging risks. I think I'll end at that level. And thank you so much.
We are done on our side, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I wanted to hear that from your part, STP. Can I check with the 4 honorable members who have asked questions if whatever matter they would have raised has been dealt with? Honorable Van Rooyen, are you happy?
Sorry, Chairperson, as indicated earlier, I will make a written submission just to make sure that we get the appropriate information as required by my questions. Thank you very much.
Okay. I see the hand of Honorable Badenhorst is up. Let me check with Honorable Dagmore and Honorable Nilmay, if they are happy. Honorable Dagmore. Honorable Nilmay, are you happy?
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm happy because, you know, one of the things that I missed mentioning is that the AG is also checking as we go along with regards to the rebuild. And I think that is very important. So I'm very happy, and I want to thank for the report. It was thorough and it was very clear. Thank you. Yeah.
Good morning, members. I think Mr. Lekhanyane has lost connectivity for a little bit. Perhaps Mr. Dugmore can step in for a moment. Thank you.
We agree that Co-Chair Dugmore can proceed with the meeting.
Colleagues, good afternoon. Sorry, can I just check something, colleagues? Have we lost our co-chair?
Yes,
Mr.
the
Dugmore.
system seems to have kicked him out. So
Okay.
that's why we're asking that as a co-chair you can proceed.
Okay, thanks. There's no problem. No problem with that. Colleagues, I see a hand from Honorable Badenhorst. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. My follow-up questions will be very basic, and I might have missed the response from Mr. Rampele. So I'm going to ask again, what were the reasons given to the DBSA for the transfer of the property from Public Works to Parliament? And my apologies if I missed that response, but just if we can just elaborate on that again, please. And then the Kuga report, yeah, it seems now that the Kuga report is going to end up being a regular expenditure if it's being ignored, because the Kuga report was basically about whether Parliament should be rebuilt or whether Parliament should be restored, if my understanding of it is correctly. I'd still like to know whose decision it was to rebuild instead of restoring, because I can't recall this committee making that decision, and I can't find minutes of that decision made in this committee. But be that as it may, it's good to hear that the 900 million rand prepayment from Treasury was used effectively. I just want to know, it's quite a substantial amount. So the interest that amount of money generated, was that interest, or is that interest employed directly back into the rebuilding project? What happens to that interest? And then I note the SDP has now opened up the documentation that was sent to us this morning, half an hour before the meeting, because Advocate Jenkins obviously had time to go through that documentation, because he referred to a memorandum that was sent to us. So I just wanted to ask, and I must say to this committee, and the record will reflect that I've asked this before, the question around the Giama transfer of the building and the precinct from Public Works to Parliament, and then Parliament appointing the DBSA as the implementing agent. So, and I was told in the meeting before, and the records will reflect that, is that that transfer did in fact take place. So I stand to be corrected, but I was told that in a previous meeting. So if Secretary, if you now have a memorandum in front of us, and I haven't read the memorandum, but I've just listened to what Advocate Jenkins said, that accepts that there's no transfer of custodianship under Section 19 and no assignment under Section 18(1) of Kiama that ever occurred. So if that memorandum accepts that, you're basically saying that it was neither necessary because DPWI separately authorized Parliament to implement the rebuild. So please identify the precise legal instrument, clause, and decision that transferred or delegated those implementation powers to Parliament before Parliament appointed the DBSA on the 1st of March 2023. And please provide this committee with that signed instrument. And if you are relying on the 2020 Memorandum of Agreement and the Service Level Agreement, please identify the clause that specifically authorized Parliament while the DPWI remains the custodian to appoint its own implementing agent to demolish, reconstruct, and alter state immovable assets under the DPWI's custodianship. Because the question is now, why did Parliament itself request designation as custodian under Section 19 on the 24th of February 2023, only 5 days before contracting the DBSA, if Parliament's legal position was that Kiama custodianship was irrelevant to its authority to undertake the rebuild in the first place? Thank you very much, Chair. I will stand with those questions because there's lots of other stuff coming.
Okay. Thanks, Honourable Badenhorst. Speaker, I know that we had indicated earlier that you would come in at the end, and I presume that's what you are going to do now. I would just say that in regard to this latest issue that Honourable Badenhorst has raised, and he's also referred to the document that was shared this morning, and I had proposed earlier as a participant in this meeting that issues particularly related to that we could also deal with in more detail at the next meeting on the 29th. But let me ask you, Speaker, to respond, and then we can see if we can then conclude in this matter and go on to the next item. Thank you, Speaker.
Apologies, Speaker. Apologies, Chair.
Okay.
I just wanted to say that the only reason I'm asking those questions is because it was brought up now, and the legal advisor is now present in the meeting to specifically address those questions. So if we can handle my questions, please. Thank you.
Okay. All right. No, I don't think that's an issue. Speaker, could I just ask, maybe could we ask the STP or the legal advisor just to come in specifically, give a view on that, and then we'll ask you to make your comments on this issue. Is that fine?
No, it's not fine, Chair. With all due respect to members, last week, when I opened the meeting giving my opening remarks, I did say that there are issues that are in the environment relating to this issue, particularly as it relates to Kiama and what happened or did not happen. I indicated to the meeting that I will convene a meeting of former ministers and current minister of DPW, as well as National Treasury, so that we can fully have an appreciation as to what happened on this project in its implementation. What was the role of Public Works? What was the role of Parliament? What was the role of National Treasury? What decisions were made by Public Works to give authority to Parliament to reconstruct? Whether that was done within the prescripts of Public Works or whether that was not done, and what then was the remedy, if any. And I do think, Chair, that in order for us not to go back and forth, that political meeting, I will request we must have it. Because remember, when this project started, or whatever discussion on this project started immediately after the fire, you had Minister Dilil. Before the implementation kicked on, you then had Minister Zigalanda. And now we have Minister McPherson. And all those three ministers are still in the executive, are still members of parliament, are still here for them to be able to take us through exactly on what decisions they took in respect of this project. You have got Minister Kodongwane, who's also here as the Minister of Finance, so that we can understand how were financial issues agreed upon in terms of transferring directly to Parliament the money for the rebuild. I'm requesting that we do that so that we come back with a fuller report from that meeting to this committee stating what happened at what given point. And it's a challenge because certain decisions, even from the committee side, there were certain decisions even about the designs and what choices are made, whether to rebuild or to renovate what was damaged, that happened at various structures of parliament. And I think all of those will be important. We also took note of what Honorable Van Rooyen has said, and I thought the committee made that, the officials made that commitment, that we'll receive the detailed questions, and I'm sure we will include those that come from other members so that there can be clarity to say, these were decisions, this is what happened, these were the financial commitments that went for the rebuilding, as well as dealing with other issues related to the impact of the disaster. Because apart from rebuilding alone, there were impacts in terms of members' facilities that had to be provided for. And we need to know whether those resources were given to Public Works or were given to Parliament for making sure that you deal with the unintended consequence of the disaster. So I think that detailed report with cost implications will need to be presented back to this committee as it has been requested by members. I understand Mr. Jensen, the head of legal, made the statement that he made, but I would really request that those issues that relates to custodial relationship and what happened in the intervening period, who said what and who did what. Can you please give me space and the chair of the NCOP so that we can engage with those ministers and even the DGs that were there at the time and Parliament Secretary and those that might have been there before so that we can have a fuller appraisal of what happened. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Speaker. I appreciate that proposal, and I would like to, make a ruling on that. But I noticed first, and I want to check Honourable Van Rooyen if he still wants to say something. Then I've noted Honourable Badenhorst, and then Neil May, and then I think I need to, and then also Honourable Maotwe. But I think I need to hear what colleagues are saying and then make a ruling. My understanding is that the Speaker, as she did at the visit, is going to convene that meeting. There's also been the document circulated this morning, and at our next meeting, come with an update. But can we have comments on that? Honourable Badenhorst and Maotwe.
No, Chair, my hand was up earlier.
You still want to speak, Honourable Van Rooyen?
Yes, in fact,
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
As much as I appreciate the response from the legal person as well as the speaker, SMK, but we found this question by the DA very interesting because from where we are, after looking into the genesis of this process, we thought that this matter was discussed and resolved at the executive level in the 6th administration, and then ultimately discussed and resolved between department, the so-called the tricameral relationship that exists between Parliament, Public Works, and National Treasury. And lately discussed also in Parliament. We find it very interesting, without necessarily coming across as people who are suppressing accountability. We find it very interesting that this project is left with, according to the project plan, less than a year to be fully completed. Now we are expected to entertain these questions. We are not saying we shouldn't take the approach that the speaker has suggested, but we are warning against the deviation from execution of such an important project because of such an issue. As this thing is allowed to happen, but it shouldn't be happening at the expense of the expeditious conclusion of this project, because already the public money has been expended on this project, and we want to see conclusion to this project so as we avoid incurring further cost as a result of this project, you know. So we accept this approach, Speaker, but we are warning it should not come in, obviously, to slow the process or maybe to disturb the project plan. And that's our humble submission to this committee, because we don't want to come across as suppressing accountability. But some of these things are really, really highly questionable. Why only now? DA has been there in the 6th administration. Why didn't they ask this question then? Why only now? What might have generated their commitment to this question? I hope at the end of the day, we'll come to a clear determination as to why only now. But please, let's not allow this to distract our focus on the project plan. Even our scheduling of meetings should not be disturbed by this particular approach that the speaker has suggested. Because truly speaking, we find it very weird that this question is only asked now. I mean, 8 months before the or maybe less than a year before the projects come to its logical conclusion. Thank you, Chair. I thought we should just register this observation, which is very, very disturbing on our side. Thank you.
Thanks, Honourable Van Rooyen. Next up is, just hold on, Honourable Neil May. I've got Honourable Badenhorst, Honourable Neil May, and then Honourable Maotwe, and then we're going to move forward on this issue. Honourable Badenhorst, and then Neil May.
Honourable Chair, because it's Women's Month, I'm going to recognise that Honourable Neil May's hand was up before mine, so you're welcome to take her first.
No. You are called upon to speak. Your hand up was just
No,
before.
yes, Chair. It was in response to Badenhorst's comments.
Is it a point of
I'm replying.
Okay. Look, colleagues, can we just say, I've got a speakers list. If they're points of order, just indicate. But the speakers list at this point is Honourable Badenhorst, Honourable Neil May, Honourable Maotwe. So can we, if your colleagues still want to speak, please speak in that order. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to ask Honourable Neil May to please refer to me as either Mr. Badenhorst or Honourable Badenhorst, but not Badenhorst. That's just rude.
I
Chair,
profusely apologize.
Apology accepted. Thank you. Chair, I just wanted to please get Mr. Rampele from the DBSA, because the questions today was supposed to be to the DBSA on the site visit and also on the project. So just if you can just respond to my question, was what were the reasons given? Is it the third time I'm asking this question? What were the reasons given to the DBSA for the transfer of the property from Public Works to Parliament? And then what has happened to the interest on the 900 million rand prepayment? Is that being used straight back into the rebuilding project, or what is it being utilized for? And Chair, just for clarification, to Mr. van Rooyen, the DA has been asking these questions from the 6th Parliament. Our Chief Whip Gahube started, and there's plenty of that literature out there. So he's welcome to go and read. I'm not going to lecture him now. It's not my place. But we've been asking these questions, and that's where the Pillay report comes from. And then COVID happened, and there's a whole lot of things that happen in between. Meetings get postponed, as we've noticed in this specific committee, with weeks going by. So I just wanted to elaborate on what Speaker now said. And I support Speaker. Speaker, the only reason I said in the beginning of the meeting, we've now received a memorandum from the STP's office a half an hour before this meeting started, with a whole bunch of claims to say that no, but Guillermo wasn't necessary. And I said in the beginning of the meeting, can we please have an opportunity to peruse these new documents and to discuss them at the next meeting? So what happens in this meeting? The Secretary refers to the whole issue, and he brings on board the legal advisor, Mr. Jenkins, and he gives his legal advice and opinion on the documents we received a half an hour before. So that's why I asked the questions I asked. If the Secretary left it and Mr. Jenkins kept quiet, then I wouldn't have asked those questions, but the questions have now been asked. So I'm really sorry, Speaker, but I feel that it wasn't me who opened that door. That door was opened by the Secretary and by Mr. Jenkins in the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Barnos. Honourable Neil May.
No, thank you, Chair. And again, apologies to Honourable Barnos for not mentioning his correct title. Chairperson, I think one of the areas I want to concur with the Speaker and fully support her recommendations that she placed before the committee, because we're going round in circles, and I think certain things keep coming up. And the answers I think that Honourable Barnos might be looking for could possibly come in the meeting of those that were here before us. You see, Chair, the event that we are dealing with, the burning down of Parliament, is an unprecedented event. It's not something that that's something that we could go back on and look at how things were dealt with in circumstances like this. I mean, if you look at what happened in Paris when the Notre Dame was burnt, how quickly they put that together with the help of private partnerships, etc. South Africa, we've never had an event of such a magnitude that we have had any kind of record that we could base our plans on. So that is something that I think, listening to how we have proceeded under the circumstances, I think we must say they have proceeded as best as they could under the circumstances. I think with regards to and I think therefore I just actually want to stop there, because the Speaker has made a recommendation which will answer some of those questions, because those were the ministers that were there before, instead of us all jumping to conclusions. And I think the committee now needs to proceed with the agenda. But I first want to say thank you for the information that has been given to us. Even the documents that came today in this committee, documents have been given to us before, and we have looked at it. And yes, we can peruse it at our next meeting as well. But allow the Speaker to take that process to the meeting that she has suggested, and let us support that going forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Honourable Neil May. Honourable Maotwe.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to you, and greetings to everybody on the platform. We've chosen to keep quiet today because we wanted to listen. We've got lots of documents that are before us, and we are perusing those documents. I think we made that point very clear even in the debate, that we have documents, we are considering this matter, we're looking at it. But Chair, nothing will justify spending 4 billion rand on a building. Nothing. Doesn't matter how people can come here and speak a lot of English. We're not building a road here. This is not a construction of a 10-kilometer road or more. This is just a building of parliament that got bent and a section of it. It's not even from scratch. So nothing will justify this 4 billion. It doesn't matter what we say, what we do, how we interpret it, but we're going to get to the bottom of this. And Molato Hauboli and Comrade Desvan Robben knows that very well, that a sin you commit 10 years ago can still be raised and still come before, and you get to account for it. We've got commissions of things that happened during apartheid now, even including the former president of the ANC, O.R. Tambo. We've got those things. So we're going to go to the bottom of this. It really doesn't matter how we as members of parliament from political parties, we try to cover up this matter. It's in our interest that parliament should resume and do the work that we are supposed to do. But it doesn't justify spending 4 billion rand on the rebuilding of parliament. Nothing will. And Chair, nothing will deter us from getting to the, we can be labeled all you want. It's okay. It's part of the job that we've agreed to do, which is holding the executive to account. We'll do that. We've been insulted before. That's okay. That's part of it. But nothing will deter us, honestly, from asking the right questions. And there's no time frame for it. There's no time frame for questions. As long as you are alive and you've chowed the money of the people of South Africa, you're going to pay back that money. The money that we are told that has been siphoned out of this country to offshore accounts, we're going to follow it and we're going to get it. There's no justification of parliament rebuilding at a cost of 4 billion rand. None whatsoever. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maotwe. Yeah, I'm not sure whether you are suggesting that this project, that resources have been funneled into an offshore account, but I'm sure if you are doing that, you should present that information to the police, but maybe you were just making an example. But can I just request that the DBSA, those 2 questions of Honorable Badenhorst about the reasons and the interest, could we just have a quick response on that? And then I'm going to suggest the way forward, because those questions do arise from the earlier session. Could I ask our project manager from DBSA, could you just try and respond to those 2, please?
Thank you so much. Let me start with the first question. I think the Honorable Badenhorst, on the issue of the residence given on the transfer, I think we never engaged on that, so that I think Parliament will then be in a position to provide. But for us, the engagement was more on the appointment of the DBSA itself, and we normally don't ask reasons as to why. Because we're not part of the engagement on the transfer. That's why we need the explanation. We are not part of that. But the engagement we could answer for is on the appointment, which we provided our capacity, our experience, and the resources in terms of what we needed to prove to Parliament in terms of other, like any other departments I spoke about, the 26 departments does. So I wouldn't really, be qualified to talk about, the transfer. So there was no reasons that we asked, or rather reasons given for us on the transfer, because we're not part, and we're not part of the transfer issue. On the issue of the what we refer as 900 million. So maybe I need to put it clear in terms of the exact figure that we're talking about. For us in our books, we don't have 900 million, and I need to put it that way. So the advance payments that we have done for the sake of the thing was basically roughly 590 million, which was basically, as I said, for the bringing in some of those particular equipment that are long lead items. So the 900, we don't know, but we what we know, which we have in our books audited by the AG, is 590, and all of that, we have bought the equipment, and that equipment is on site, and AG Terminal 2 was an audit. So the money itself was not transferred and be put into the account. The money was transferred, and obviously, as I said, then it went towards the purchasing of those particular kind of things. So there was no no particular, period that it sits into the account to generate the particular interest. So what we do, like as I said, we would then at that time be having an instrument in a form of an advance payment guarantee. So we then monitor. So all of these things has been delivered by the board. They're on site. As I said, the Auditor General is doing a good job in terms of, audit to say, now, you said the lift, where is it? We said this is coming, we said these are the things, and then we're really, auditing against that particular process. So the issue of interest wouldn't arise in terms of how much has been done, because it's more based on the invoices that need to be paid for those suppliers for the sake of manufacturing those particular kind of things, that we really look at them as non-lead items. So, but yeah, I think that just to clarify that, from in our books is basically the 590, which we can account even in terms of saying how much went to each particular contractor, and then for what, and where are those particular kind of things. So those would be the two questions. And I think you raised also the issue of the Guha thing. I mean, I said the Guha report was more to assess, the extent of the damage, but also to extend as to what could really be done. As I said, that report has never been negated. It was particularly, formed the basis of how we really are able to then advance in terms of the process. So, Chair, that would be just the quick responses to the issues that are raised by the honourable panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Rampele. Appreciate it. Colleagues, the committee, the Joint Standing Committee for Financial Matters of Parliament, has oversight on all financial matters, and we have the executive authority that accounts to this committee. Now, I think we should welcome the fact that the Speaker has made the proposal. I did indicate earlier that the next meeting of our committee is on Friday the 28th, and I think that in regard to the meeting that our Speaker and the Executive Authority will hold with the other cabinet members that were referred to, and this document that was referred to us this morning, which we have and we've started to look at, I think we'd be in a good position to deal with this issue on Friday the 28th. I'm going to suggest to the co-chairs, Honourable Lekhanyan and Lovu, that we look at the agenda and definitely make space for this matter to be reported, and then we can have a discussion on the matter. So could we then thank once again the DBSA, the STP and the team and the Speaker for their responses, the members for their questions, and move on to the next item on the agenda. I've just noted, Honourable Neil May, you still have your hand up. I'm sure it's a legacy hand, but thanks. So could Committee Secretary Cindy, could you please put up the agenda? I'm just a bit concerned with time. Obviously, we are now on 10:29, and we're actually on the item where we're going to be briefed on the first quarter. So I'd appeal to the STP to start with that presentation, try and be as brief as possible, and I'll try and consult the co-chairs about how we manage time for the rest of the agenda. But could we have the presentation up? It was circulated before. Thank you, STP. Please proceed. I'm not sure whether Speaker would like to make any introductory comments.
No, thanks. I won't make any introductory comments. I would suggest that the STP makes a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate the preparation of this report, STP, and we ask you to take us through it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, honourable members. This is a standard quarterly report that we provide that forms the basis of build up to an annual report. And this period covers 4 areas: parliamentary business, governance, human capital, and financial information. For this financial year, Chairperson, our annual plan provides for 17 indicators. And those 17 indicators, they fall under 2 programs. That is program 1 with 6 indicators and program 2 with 11 indicators. So the total is 17. In summary, Chairperson, for the current quarter, we are continuing apace in our performance monitoring and execution, and consistent with all other quarters. At a foundational level, you will always have KPIs that are reported on a cumulative status, meaning that a quarter will reflect certain things met or unmet, but in their nature, they are continuous issues that as we go to the second quarter, the picture will improve, and the third quarter and so on. And we have further strengthened the element of quality assurance. So even if an indicator has been executed to the extent that it needed to be quality assured and signed off at governance level, we will report that as unmet so that we can keep vigilance quarter by quarter. So we have not met 5 of those targets, 12 have been met. And in summary, that's a reflection of those 5 that we have reported as unmet, where, for instance, we'll have number 2, resolution monitoring and tracking deployed and operationalized. And in that area, it will be about the interdependence between divisions, when in fact, in the deployment, we need to make sure that it is quality checked and so on. So that's basically the issue around monitoring. Where a committee has not met and has met partially on other elements, we would not report that as achieved either. Next slide. So in overall, in respect of the administration program, 4 of those targets have been met. 2, we regard them as not met in terms of deployment and security strategy in terms of its full implementation. Next slide, that is program 2. And this is just a summation of what is the meaning when we say a target has been met and the target has not been met. So you will see under not met, it will say it's waiting approval or an element of conclusion of the plan itself. In respect to program 2, as we proceed, 11 targets. In those targets, we have indicated 3 of those have not been met, and they pertain to oversight plan implementation and the committee planning framework, plus the sectoral. So if committees have not all met, we will be able to indicate that that target will be carried over to the next quarter. The breakdown of those deliverables, again, similar to program 1, we do highlight that if our target was to achieve 20, we achieve 18.9. And in the next quarter, that target would also reflect an improvement.
The slides are not moving. I'm not sure it's on my side only because we are stuck on the one slide here. Sorry for the interjection.
No, that's thanks for helping us here. We need them to move along.
Not moving.
Okay, our apologies, Chairperson. On our side, it's moving. It might be a technical misalignment. I will go back. I'm not sure whether it has not moved from the very beginning or you are at a particular slide.
We're on slide 4 now. We're on slide 4. Let
me go back to slide 4. I think we might be suffering a freeze on our side because it's struggling to move back the slide. Our apology on that, Chairperson. I think if you can ask Cindy from that side to load and then we will react on her side. We are just interacting with her now to load what she has on that side.
Okay, let's ask Cindy to load the presentation. Yeah, I think she's going to do that now. But STP, okay, I think let's just wait for Cindy to load so that we're all on the same page, literally.
Just a moment, Chair. I am. Oh, okay. Somebody else is sharing now.
Okay. Smashika. Okay, so if we can go to what slide were you busy on, STP?
I was on 10, Chair. I will move back to
Okay,
4.
just start on 10. It's fine. Members, this was circulated. Obviously, we want to sort the slides out, but let's just start where you were on slide 10. It's fine.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Under slide 10, we were talking about program 2, that is the core business. And under that category, we have 11 targets. And of those targets, 3 are reported as not met. And we indicate, similar to program 1, our reference to it not being met, and it is executable in quarter 2 rather. In terms of the quarter overall focus, Chairperson, we regard as quarter 1 as providing a substantive base for the financial year, and the performance in our view will improve in the recovery phase, which is quarter 2. And in all the quarters, we have sustained active delivery across oversight, lawmaking, public participation, international relation, and member capacity building. In that quarter, it was intensified. And overall, we are reporting 12 of the 17 measures being achieved at 71%. And we are monitoring those areas every week in terms of our remedial measures and corrective actions, and also to ensure completeness of our quality assurance systems. In the summary of the work of the houses, Chairperson, both houses' performance has been fairly even in respect of the quarter, and the details are provided in the slides that shows a number of questions that have been posed from both houses, about 2,372, and also the passage of 9 bills that have been adopted in both houses. In respect of accountability of the executive, in that area, we are reflecting also a status performance, both at the level of NA for written and oral, as well as the level of the NCOP for written and oral. In that particular quarter, largely the focus was on public finances, equitable allocation of revenue, as well as governance factors. That's fairly consistent with the quarter because it coincides with the passage of the budget period. And these are the bills that have been adopted. In respect of committee activities, we reflect a number of intensity of committee meetings. Overall, committees have met both at a physical as well as virtual level. They also conducted a number of oversight over that period, but also dealt with budget votes in terms of various committee processes. And that's a status in terms of numbers for each of the quarters in that regard. So similar to the houses, it reflected largely in terms of intensity of departmental plans and budget monitoring. In respect of public participation, there were major programs that included taking Parliament to the people. At the level of NCOP, it was conducted in the Northwest Province, Youth Parliament in Gauteng, as well as outreach programs for Department of Basic Education, Workers' Education and Water Services Amendment Bill workshops in Mpumalanga. And that also included a number of public hearings on some of the bills and related matters. On sectoral parliamentary delivery, again, these are specific programs that reinforce the focus of Parliament on aspects of youth, which was quite intense in the month of June, plus also the engagements at the level of the Section 139 interventions in municipalities that was undertaken, but also the area of specialty debates rather at the level of NCOP, and also dealing with resolutions in that regard. At the level of the international engagements, Parliament also during that quarter hosted the European Union interparliamentary meeting and focused largely on discussions of trade and investment, security, climate change, and the whole range of areas that constitute the core base of the relationship. We also, as Parliament, have produced about a number of policy and advisory output, which guide participation in multilateral forums, and also undertaken a number of delegations of members to various multi-forum bodies that our Parliament focuses on. In respect of a budget of Parliament for the quarter under review, our budget performance operationally has been fairly consistent. And for the period under review, we will highlight that for this particular period, we had about 1.64 billion that was allocated for this quarter, and it has been deployed relatively in respect of the various components that constitute parliamentary budget structure, and the performance has been largely even across all areas, except in the area of the rebuilding that is milestone-based, and also including recognition we do to delivery on the ground versus project accounting in terms of the work being done, but it gets recognized in the next quarter and so on. So it might show as low expenditure, but when you consider the presentation made over the overall project last week, Friday, it shows that the performance of the budget is at above 50% for the rebuild, at 52% in terms of project. And members will see a significant improvement by the time we report end of quarter 2, which is end of September, and quarter 3, end of December. In respect of the financial performance, these are the details around the cumulative for the quarter, and members will see under percentages for that quarter. These ranges are largely consistent with the targets we set for the quarter, except where there will be over expenditure. For instance, the salaries of members, it will reflect an over expenditure of about 4.6 million. And that is largely informed by a recovery mechanism in the national fiscus, where they will allocate money. And if it exceeds from the revenue fund, as it is a direct debit from that fund, it gets recoverable when Treasury sends back the payment through our claim system. In the rest of the quarter, we have spent operationally about 85% of our budget. And overall, it includes this component I've just mentioned of the expenditure. Admin programs also compared relatively well, except the area I've indicated of the less expenditure on the rebuild. Under legislation oversight, again, consistent expenditure at 96%, and associated services which is transferred to parties and the budget office about 103%. And on the direct charges of members, it will show 103% for the reasons I have articulated. Also, per economic classification, this is a breakdown that shows consistently the rest of the expenditure is within the norm, except in areas that I've highlighted. That's the comparison in terms of quarter of the budget versus expenditure. and honorable members will see that the pattern of both expenditure and budget is fairly in sync and in norm, except in areas where there's a long lead time for withdrawals, which is the rebuild budget. On the breakdown of members, again, under that economic classification, this just indicates what informed compensation of members, what informs compensation of the medical aid for former members, and so on, and the alignment of expenditure around this area. This is one area we've been consistently raising members that the declining allocation does have an impact, because these are prices that are determined by bodies other than the budget norm that we get. Medical aids will set their standards probably at 10 or 15%, but what we get from the fiscus is always far less than that. So Parliament has to always make adjustment internally to deal with that aspect. On the issues of transfers, again, we are reflecting the breakdown on those expenditures. And on the direct charge, again, this is a breakdown of what informs the allocation, especially the overspending I've indicated is due to loss of office and special exit gratuities, where members are paid gratuities on exit, as well as project spending for the year. And when we project, it indicates that we will have this 4.6 project expenditure, and National Treasury will then be approached accordingly. So in summary, Chairperson, our expenditure for the quarter against the 1.64 billion is at 85%. And on the rebuilding fund, again, we are indicating the drawdown milestones inform the pattern of expenditure on areas that reflect to contractors on site. And once verifications are done, that picture would either improve in the next quarter. On the remuneration of members, as I said, in conclusion, that will be requested during the budget adjustment process, as it is a governed process in terms of direct charge provisions of FNP again. On the human capital program, Chairperson, for the quarter, again, a number of milestones are indicated in terms of the work we are doing on areas where we have developed policy measures to support employees, but also to deal with policy instruments that we need to make sure that we constantly improve our environment. That also includes placement of employees, which is a standard program we do annually to take learnership and graduates employees as part of building our own talent pipeline for renewal of the institution. And we also ensure recruitment of new employees, including training and personal development employees. The last slide, Chairperson, is on the governance compliance, which also for the quarter under review, we are reporting full compliance on all our governance mechanisms that require us to account to the Executive Authority of Parliament in a time-bound manner. Likewise, the Executive Authority to account to the Joint Standing Committee, as well as ensuring tabling of reports to the respective houses in accordance with the provisions of the financial governance of Parliament. That's the last slide, Chairperson, that in this quarter for the committee to consider the report, and we'll take it from there. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Secretary. I really want to say that, you know, the detail of the reports, the level of compliance, I think are the issues which, in my view, contribute to the fact that we have unqualified audits as Parliament. There obviously are some targets that have been missed, and we should deal with those if there are questions. But I think we must express our appreciation for the work done and for this report. Members, any questions on this report? Mr. Badenhorst, and then Honourable Badenhorst, Honourable Van Rooyen. Can I just ask colleagues, if we want to speak, let's indicate now and not be provoked by others. So, okay, we've got two. That's fine. First, Honourable Badenhorst, then Honourable Van Rooyen. Please go ahead. and Neil May. Honourable Badenhorst,
Thank you,
questions?
Chair. Thank you very much. Secretary, I accept that annual performance can be cumulative, but I think what is problematic is that quarterly accountability is cumulative now. So if the APP says something must happen in Q1 and it doesn't happen in Q1, then it means Q1 underperformed. So achieving it later may correct the annual trajectory, but it won't rewrite history. So I just want to ask you, do you agree with that? And then if you take Parliament's 2023-24 annual report, it recorded only 6 failures out of 31 measures, which is an overall achievement of 80.65%. If you fast forward that to 26-27 and you strip out the rebuilding fund, then Parliament had spent 101% of its Q1 operational budget, yet it only achieved 70.59% of its measured APP targets, which means 5 of its 17 targets failed, and your executive committee responsible for monitoring implementation did not meet once in the quarter. So why should this committee regard the combination as acceptable financial and performance management? In 2023-24, your annual report already identified strengthening Parliament's oversight mechanisms as a strategic priority. So now we're sitting in 2026-27, and the resolutions monitoring and tracking system is still recorded as a failed Q1 target. So why has Parliament taken more than 2 years without producing a fully operational system for something as basic as tracking whether the executive actually implements Parliament's resolutions? Parliament achieved 70.59% of its Q1 APP targets, yet excluding the rebuilding program, it spent 101% of its quarterly operational budget. So how does the accounting office explain spending more than quarterly operational allocation while failing almost 3 out of every 10 measured performance targets? Chair, I will stand with those for now because I respect the time of the other members to also ask questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Van Rooyen, and then Neil May.
Thank you, Chair, and let me welcome the first quarter presentation. Maybe a general question from me is the analysis of the compliance to the APP. Is the Q1 performance? I think Honourable the former speaker went to town to be specific on certain areas, but I just wanted to be general and ask if Q1 performance gives an indication of performance that is on course to realize the annual plan. I'm asking this because remember, SMK Party, we have reservation around the authenticity of the APP in light of the austerity provisions that we are subjected to as Parliament. So I just want to check if the Q1 performance according to the accounting authority gives an indication of Parliament being able to realize its APP, what you call targets. And then the second issue is around, I didn't find, besides the issue of tracking on certain resolutions. Remember, we spoke quite eloquently around the issue of legislative impact assessment framework. I'm not sure if is there anything to be reported in this quarter about that, as well as the issue of e-petition. How far are we with that issue of digitalizing or maybe modernizing the petition system? And obviously, how is that being taken to our people? And lastly, from my side, Chair, the process on the people's, what is this, multi-party budget forum. I'm not sure if I think it was factored into our annual plan, and I'm not sure if there's any work that was done on that in this quarter that is being considered. Thank you for now, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honourable Van Rooyen. Yeah, that multi-party budget forum is an important issue. Honourable Neil May.
No, thank you, Chair. Let me welcome the report and the remarks that have come before me. Chairperson, I just wanted to double check in the sense that if you look at the number of quarterly measured indicators, they had increased from 10 in 2025 to 2025-26 to 17 in 26-27. And therefore, that distribution between the two programs changed. So therefore, the reported achievement rate of 70.59% is therefore not comparable with the 80% reported for the first quarter. So I think that's one thing I think we noted. I think going forward with regards to the executive responses, the target was not met. I think the figures are recorded elsewhere in quarter one. The directives that are not addressed, I just want to go through some of those areas. If STP can just mention that again with regards to the directives that were not addressed. Although in the report here, it says that it was reported to the committee separately. Thank you. Otherwise, I think with regards to let us accept the report that is before us. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honourable Neil May. Honourable Maotwe, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just to correct something that earlier on I said to the Commission of President Wartambo, it's Albert Bitul. But Chair, my issue is on the executive responses with regards to questions. We still see a lot of questions not being responded to on time. I think there was a mechanism to convert them into questions for oral reply. I'm not sure if that is also effective. So I think when we receive reports like this, yes, we can note the reports, but I think the committee should then deliberate on what then do we do. Yes, we escalate to the Deputy President, who is the head of government business unity. But is that all we can do as the committee? Beyond that, our hands are tied. I think it's something that we need to look at as members of parliament to say, let's receive reports and let's interrogate the reports, but let's also try to make this an effective thing so that it doesn't appear to be just a tick box exercise. So because if we adopt this now, we can guarantee you nothing will happen to the ministers who just forsake their issues, their duties. The minister will just deliberately not respond, knowing that the report will come and it will be noted and we'll move on. I think we need some stringent matter of how we deal with questions that are not responded, or if at all, then they get responded very late. Because we're coming from constituencies who are asking us these questions. And every time we go back without answers, they ask themselves, but what is our leaders then doing? The people that we voted for. So I think in as much as we try to take parliament to the people, and let's also have parliament that acts on behalf of the people of South Africa, who are the people that elected us to be where we are. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Chair, I forgot one. I'm so sorry. I apologize.
No, that's fine. Please go ahead, and then we'll get responses after.
Sorry, Chair. Chair, looking at the constituency officers, could we have a list of all PCOs that have been provided by political parties? I think that is very important for the governance part and the and the money that is provided to political parties. You see, they are allocated to parties from Parliament. So could we have a breakdown of PCOs that are funded through allocations so that we can also see how that money is being utilized? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honourable Neil May. Colleagues, can I just say I want to welcome the co-chair, Honourable Ndlovu. She's been involved in the Women's Month event in Kimberley, and she was tied up and she's joined us now. Welcome, co-chair. All right. Could we have any responses to questions that members have raised? SDP, back to you and the team.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We will share the responses on the areas of our work, on areas of KPIs, independencies, and the cumulative nature. Indeed, projects that are outlined for a quarter, they have to be executed in that quarter. And where it is not, it will really be around interdependencies, where a target would have been done, but if it has not served before the committee because of scheduling issues, we will not be able to fully report it as achieved. And also on areas of execution, we will have a plan, but its execution may require further deployment. For instance, the area of tracking of resolution, I will ask Mr. Klaso to respond to that, as well as executive undertakings on the reply questions. On the areas of legislative impact assessment, work has been done under core business, and we are able to track every quarter. So that deployment goes to a number of select committees of the NA, or select committees as they are called like that in the NCOP. So portfolio committees will be selected, and then the impact assessment. So in the prior year, I think we reported about 4, if I'm not mistaken, and there's now further sampling of other committees around that. So it is at execution level, Honourable Van Rooyen. So without further ado, I'll ask Mr. Klaso to cover other components of the questions.
Thank you so much, SDP. Good morning, honourable members. I will start with questions. The honourable member asked, apart from Speaker writing to the leader of government business, what else is being done? What Speaker has done is to refer the matter to the Rules Committee, the subcommittee on the review of rules. There is a mechanism, honourable members, that was put in place in the 6th Parliament, where the Speaker is meant to write to the leader of government business. If there is no compliance, reprimand members, and that has been done. Speaker has reprimanded members of the executive in the House, but still there is a problem with both late replies and questions that remain unanswered. So Speaker has since referred the matter to the subcommittee on the review of rules to ask them to look at strengthening the system. And that was done, I think, on the 7th of August. So the matter will serve before the Rules Committee. That is where members will then indicate how this matter must be dealt with. On petitions, honourable members will be aware that we now have a petitions committee that has since been activated and fully constituted. There is also a petitions framework that was adopted, I think, either towards the end of the 6th Parliament or beginning of the 7th Parliament. The e-petitions system has been designed. The design is in place, and we are now at testing stage. And hopefully that should be finalized soon, honourable members, but the system is being tested at the moment. On the issue of resolutions, resolutions of the House are being tracked, but tracked manually at the moment. And
And what we've been working on, and it has not quite worked now, is automation of the system. The system was designed, it was piloted last year, and it has not quite produced the desired results. And again, we're in the process of trying to perfect that system so that we're able to track resolutions in the manner that is appropriate. I should also give a response on the budget forum. The proposed composition of the forum has been tabled before the executive authority, and we're given some guidance in terms of its composition. Just to give one example, honorable members, the proposal was that the forum be chaired by the executive authority, and the response from the executive authority was perhaps it should not be chaired by the executive authority, but the forum will obviously report to the executive authority. We have adjusted that. And also in terms of the composition of the forum, initially there was no representation from the Finance and Appropriations Committee. We were guided to include the chairpersons of those committees, and we have since done that. So where are we? We are at a point now where the proposal will again serve before the EA and hopefully finalized, and of course serve before this structure for input. Chair, I think those are my responses to the questions. I think that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Other responses, SDP?
Thank you very much, Chair. I will also ask the head of core business, Mr. Makamba, to respond further on the legislative impact clarities. Mr. Makamba.
Thank you very much, STP. Good morning, Chair, and good morning, honorable members. With respect to legislative impact assessment, we planned to achieve 4 in the reporting period, and the legislations that were assessed, I think, are also reflected in the detailed first quarterly report. But what we can do, going forward, is also to appraise the committee on some of the recommendations emanating from those assessments, whether, as an institution, we are making, the progress that we desire insofar as those assessments, are concerned. Otherwise, that work is underway. We managed to achieve 4 assessments in the reporting period, but members will be in a position to see that detail in the detailed report. That is the first one. Then the second one and the last STP is with respect to the e-petitions. That system has been developed and is going to be deployed in the current financial year, and we are working very closely with ICT to ensure that that deployment, is successfully attained. So those are the 2 areas, STP, which one wanted to speak to. But going forward, if members require a detail with respect to the outcomes or recommendations emanating from the assessment, we will be in a position to furnish the committee with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. We are done on our side.
Thank you. If I'm not mistaken, SDP, there was still an unanswered question about constituency officers. I also see, unless I missed that, I also see Honourable Van Rooyen. Please come in, Honourable Van Rooyen.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me start by appreciating the responses provided. I think the question, my answer to that question of us being given a report about those pieces of legislation that have been impact have been assessed. It's yes, because we need to see the efficacy of this intervention. Because remember, one of the reasons that our reputation as Parliament is dented is the impact of some of the laws that we are making. So it will be interesting for this committee to see how effective is this intervention in ensuring that we are able to determine the impact of some of the legislations that we are taking. But it will also help us to make recommendations on the areas that need further improvements. And on this, and the system that is being developed on the e-petition system, I think when that system is ready, Chair, I'm going to suggest that the committee should consider having what you call a first-hand experience of how the system is being deployed, how it reaches out. I'll be very much interested to see how the system reaches out to the underserviced areas, the deep rural areas of our beloved country. But I will also be very much interested to see how we deploy the system within the traditional led communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just checking on any last responses on this issue.
Thank you very much, through you, Chairperson. I'm not sure, as we think how you will consider the proposal. Some of these are systems, for instance, very necessary and transformative system on how we drive public participation. So I'm wondering if maybe, other than a standard quarterly report, whether the Joint Standing Committee might perhaps schedule some meetings where we can present some of these instruments, so that they are not reported in a manner just says plan on this has been done. So we actually present how the e-procurement system works, e-petition systems works as an example, so that members can have a fuller appreciation about its coverage and what its capabilities or limitations are. That would be our suggestion, Chairperson. But on the aspect of the legislative impact assessment, if the members, the committee would agree, we can provide the list of which laws have been assessed so that the committee has got a full report on which laws, and where necessary, what summary have been done, because we do that pre and during, and where it is longitudinal is in respect of the post, because it might take time to execute a bill. So core business is ready to do that, Chairperson, should it be necessary, to supply the list as well as what is the assessment is. Thanks.
Okay. Colleagues, can I just suggest, because obviously we're going to compile a report on this. I think some of the suggestions and the discussion will be reflected, and we'll have a chance to actually adopt that draft report. I just wanted to say, I think Mr. Taso did explain in regard to Honorable Maotwe's question about the lack of consequences when questions go unanswered. There was actually a discussion about this at the Chief Whip's Forum in the week, where the whole process where the chairperson of the Rules Subcommittee has been tasked by the Speaker, and I think the Chief Whip's Forum as well, to really re-look at the rules about what happens when a question isn't answered. We know there's the 10-day delay, and then issues being published for oral reply, but there was a general feeling to support what has been raised here by Honourable Maotwe, that rules need to be tightened up, and I just wanted to reflect on that. I think the report should also reflect on, I think, the issue that has been raised, and we know that this committee will be getting a report from the Speaker about the actual budget of Parliament and the process where a particular sphere of government at the moment is can petition the Treasury, but is still ultimately dependent on the Treasury for the allocation that we get, and discussions about what other mechanisms or process there could be for the very funding of Parliament. I think that's still a discussion that we're going to have. And the other suggestions, and that should be noted in the report. And then I also want to say, I think the request, maybe we can just ask the STP to provide in writing to the Secretary of Committee the question that Honourable Neil May raised about the parliamentary constituency offices, to see whether those allocations are being utilised, to set up constituency office. I think it's important that we have accountability in that we monitor that process as well. So I think with that, colleagues, can we now look at the next item on the agenda, which I think is the briefing, a short briefing that we're going to get. As colleagues know, there's been an ad hoc committee set up to look at amendments to the Parliamentary Villages Management Board. There's an amendment bill, and we've been asked by that ad hoc committee to respond. So what's going to happen now, we're going to get a short presentation that was prepared by the researchers to our joint standing committee. And I think many of the issues that were raised previously are also going to be important here in regard to the future management of the parliamentary villages. All of us have got a lot of frustrations about what's happening, and we should then see whether this report, we are comfortable with it. I think Cindy can indicate, or the presenters can indicate, what is the deadline for us as a joint standing committee to make an input. I think it might have been extended to the end of the month, but we'll hear that. So we're going to get this presentation, we're going to engage it and see whether we are comfortable that this presentation represents the view of the committee. Could I hand over to those that are going to be presenting the report? And just given the time issues, we appeal to you to be as quick as possible without skipping important detail. Can we have that presentation, colleagues?
Good afternoon again, Chairperson and members. Mbui Kekiso, our committee researcher, will present the paper in brief. So I will share some of the notes that he's requested that we should share now.
Okay, thank you.
Handing over to you, Mbui, now.
Thank you, Cindy. Good morning, honorable members. So today on the presentation, I'm not going to speak much. I have prepared a speaker notes so that members can look at it, comparing it to the research document. So, but what I want to emphasize is that the submissions that they are based only on the mandate of the committee. Maybe members, because they stay in the parliamentary villages, they might have some concerns about that, but it didn't cover anything else except the mandate of the committee. So if members have some concerns, they can look at the brief and check what they can maybe change what has been proposed by the research brief using these speaker notes. This is what I was going to speak on, what I wrote on the speaker notes to save time, because I thought maybe there will be not enough time because it's Friday. So I had to prepare the speaker notes. You can look at the speaker notes, but when you read the speaker notes, you compare it to the brief. You cannot read it alone because it's too highly summarized. But the brief is more detailed in terms of submission. Then I would like also to humbly suggest that members to look at it maybe by Friday next week, because the due date now it's on the 31st. That's the deadline given by the ad hoc committee. So if members can come back and with their concerns or their input on the submission, at least the latest by Friday next week, the whole of next week, they look at it, but we make it, I suggest that we make a deadline the Friday next week so that we will have enough time to prepare towards the deadline of the submission. And also we need more time to prepare some possible questions for the presenters from the committee in the ad hoc committee. Then if we have enough time, at least a week before, because we don't know when the committee will be called to present. So but we want to be alert and prepared before the submission. I think that's all, members. I prepared this speaker note so that we can save time. I didn't know if we will have enough time. I thought there would be no time to present then.
Sorry, colleague, thank you very much. I don't think there's any issue in you. Look, I just want to get clear. We've been asked now as a joint standing committee to make comments or inputs into the draft amendments to the Parliamentary Villages Act, right? So how long do you think it will take you, colleague Mhlekiso, to take us through your speaker notes? Or I see we have the hand of the speaker. Just hold on for that for a while. Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Two things I have a question on this matter. One, we do have in Parliament a committee on members' interest that deals with issues of the parliamentary villages. So I am not sure as to what their responses are on this matter, because also they have a multi-party representation in it as a committee. But secondly, my understanding was that the ad hoc committee was going to look at the situation and make a recommendation to the House. So has the House now decided that we are moving on a legislative stage? Because I think there are two issues in my view that are a bit conflated. And I would need clarity on it. Was there a decision by the House following the report of the ad hoc committee that we now need to move on drafting a legislation that addresses this matter? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, I think it is useful for us to reflect on those questions that the Speaker has asked. I mean, ad hoc committee has done its work. My understanding is that a report was tabled in Parliament and it was supported, that particular report. Obviously, in the normal legislative process, people will express their views. I think this process, as I understand it, is they're asking for comments on that draft. And I think it does point to the fact that, as the Speaker says, the member support services, I think they've also been engaged. I think from our committee as a joint committee, having oversight on the financial management of Parliament, I suppose they're asking us for an input from the perspective of how such an amendment would impact on the financial management of Parliament. For instance, if, as I understand it, the proposal is that Parliament would take a leading role in terms of managing. There are Guiama issues as well, and so on and so forth. But I'm not sure whether any of the parliamentary officials under the STP have actually looked at that report and have a view. But what we've heard now is that we have an extended deadline. So this does give members of this committee an opportunity to go through it some more. And then if we, at the meeting at the end of the month, want to express a view as to whether we will formally make an input as the committee, or whether we will note it and then resolve that, a political party should make their views known on this matter. But could I just check, has the administration of Parliament, led by the STP, had any discussions on the possible implications, financial or otherwise, of this bill? But I'm inclined, the Speaker has asked questions, let's see if there's any response to that. But I'm inclined to think let's make use of the extended deadline, go through it ourselves, submit any comments we have to the secretary of the committee, and then just work out what is our approach going to be when we meet again. Any responses or clarities that can be given? But the report was adopted. The report was adopted by the House.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll ask Ms. Linda Harper to comment on the current internal management consultations on this process.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good morning to members. We are currently reviewing the draft that was sent to us. We will submit before the deadline. We'll also engage with the colleagues in legal services who prepared the documentation. The document has not served at the Member Support Forum. I think Speaker was suggesting that it might be an appropriate place for it to serve. It has not served at the Member Support Forum to date. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks for that. So there hasn't actually been a view expressed from the Member Support Forum. I'm not sure when the next meeting is, but it would make sense to me if that meeting convened before the deadline, because as Speaker has said, different parties are represented there. Any other comments on this issue? If not, I would suggest that number one, we take the trouble as members to go through the report from the ad hoc committee. Any views that you have, communicate those to the secretary, and then we also recommend that the matter should be discussed at the Member Support Forum, and that we can then assess whether, as a committee, we would want to make any particular inputs. Honourable Van Rooyen, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I thought there will be a specific response to the questions posed by the Speaker on whether this process has been subjected to the legislation development cycle of Parliament. Because if that question is not answered, I'm a bit confused as to what are we trying to do. Are we contributing to a draft legislation, or what is happening here? Or are we just contributing because a committee is requesting our opinion on what they are dealing with? To me, it's very, very important that we get clarity on that. If this is because I agree with you, Honorable Dogmo. It was discussed, I think, 2 days ago. And I can't vividly remember the resolution of the House on the matter. But I think answering that question will really tell us what is it exactly that we are trying to do, because I'm worried we might be doing things that are not accordingly prescribed. So if we can get the response to that question, it will help a lot. Thank you.
Okay. Members, my understanding is that what was circulated to us was a document prepared by the research team of this Joint Standing Committee. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, the letter from the ad hoc committee asking us to comment was also circulated, and in a way we are preparing for a possible submission. But I think what has come out here is that the member support services, where all political parties are represented, has yet to discuss the report from the ad hoc committee, which Parliament dealt with in the week, and that secondly, we encourage members to make comments on the report. We need to, I don't have it in front of me, the actual report tabled in Parliament, but my understanding was that the report itself was noted. It was just a committee report, and I don't recall that there were any objections to that report. Whether that means there's a formal resolution in support, I think, and I'm not sure whether any of the other officials can help answer the Speaker's question, but I think it was in the normal course of tabling of a report, a discussion, and there was no objections to the report. But clearly there's, we're at a stage where we're just being asked to make any comments. So I would like to actually rule on this. I think we need to get just a bit more background, make comments, and let's see at our meeting at the end of the month what we would like to say or what we wouldn't like to say. But I think we should really, just communicate formally through our co-chairs to the Member Support Forum and request them to discuss the matter. Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, honourable members. If you look at what was agreed by the House, it actually said when it set up the ad hoc committee in September 11, 2025, it noted that Section 1 of the Parliamentary Villages Management Act of 1998 defines parliamentary villages as we know them and any other place for accommodation for parliamentarians and sessional officials and declared as such by Minister of Public Works. The Act does not have any provisions that determine who qualifies for accommodation in the parliamentary villages, and it gives the history on that and resolves to establish an ad hoc committee to review and amend the Parliamentary Villages Act, enable support staff of political parties and staff of other parliamentary office bearers, review the composition and functions of the board, exercise any of the powers as set out in Rule 167 and consist of 11 members. So that's what the committees was established for. I think what we need to look at maybe when we come back to discuss this issue is the current report that has been presented in the House. What are its recommendations? The second issue, I think what they are doing is consultation on the amendment of the Act, which therefore means they have reviewed the Act and they are making an amendment. Hence, they may be requiring structures of Parliament to then make presentation on that draft legislation. I just had to request so that we can get exactly what was the mandate of the committee and this legislation that we are asked to comment on. And I'm not sure, Honourable Chair, whether as we sit today, we have been able to go through both the report and this draft so that we can make a meaningful comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, I think that reflects what the situation we're facing, that members, both in terms of the report tabled to the House, the work that's been done by the researcher to this commission, I think we need to spend some time and go through it and then see at the next meeting whether we can make a meaningful input. So let's move from this issue now. And thank you very much for the input of the Speaker. And please note that the recommendation here is also that we sort of just communicate the view of the committee that the Member Support Forum should also, should discuss this matter. The advantage they have is all, as I understand it, all political parties are, invited to be part of that. But I think it's up to all of us to get on top of this issue and look at it, because there are some issues which are going to also deal with the prior issues raised about Giyama, custodianship, and those particular questions. So I think we need to pay attention to this matter so that we emerge with a considered view on this whole matter. Cindy, please put up the rest of the agenda.
Chair, can I just ask a quick question? Maybe somebody would know.
Yes.
While we're putting up the agenda. If such a transfer takes place between the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and Parliament, does the current budget to maintain those villages follow such a transfer, or will that budget have to be secured from Treasury?
Okay, thanks. I'm just allowing that while we in transition to the next item on the agenda. STP or Speaker, or yes, Speaker, thank you. Come in, please, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think that's why it's important for us when we look at that report from the ad hoc committee. These are questions that we need to ask. And also, with respect to the proposed legislation, as this committee, which is the Joint Standing Committee on the Financial Management of Parliament, we need to satisfy ourselves that the obligations that are put on the Parliament, will they be adequately funded with the current budget, or what does this mean? Will the shift happen from Public Works to Parliament for such an action? And I do think, Chair, that in preparation for the next meeting, the members of the committee must be provided by the Secretariat with the report of the ad hoc committee, and also looking through this legislation so that when we come for this discussion, we do address this matter, such as the one that was raised by Honorable Badenhorst, because I think it's the same issues, even though maybe in different contexts, that relates to this issue of shift of function and what does this mean in terms of the custodian and ownership of assets on behalf of the state and the user. And in this instance, does this actually mean the user takes also the responsibility of ownership of such assets in terms of whatever relevant legislation, GIAMA or otherwise? Thank you.
Okay, no, thanks very much, Speaker. Colleagues, if you now look at the agenda, it's 11:37, and we have now caught up in a way in regard to time, and you will see that we are supposed to deal here with all these minutes, 22, 26, 27 May of this year, and obviously the minutes of the last meeting, 7th of August, when we had the DBSA presentation. And then you will see the next item is the consideration of the committee report for quarters 2 to 4. And then we are supposed to then consider the third term program now, and then the issue of correspondence. Now, I've just been informed that unfortunately we don't have a quorum, because I think we're missing one of our NCOP members. And so what I would like us to consider is that when we look at, if we can just go back to the agenda, when we look at the third term program, I think we've referred to it a few times in this meeting, that we've got one more meeting this term, which is on Friday the 28th. Clearly what we need to deal with that we're hoping that we would be able to get some feedback from the Speaker in terms of her engagement with members of the executive around the governance issues related to the rebuild. Then, a short item on our position in regard to the Parliamentary Villages Management Board. I think we're going to have to include that in the agenda. And then all these issues about the minutes and the performance reports for those quarters. And given that we don't have a quorum now, I would suggest that, those items would really just be put for decision at the next meeting, because we can't resolve on it now because we don't have a quorum. And then I would just suggest, colleagues, if you agree, there has been correspondence directed to the committee, and I would just suggest that possibly we deal with that correspondence. But otherwise, I think we kind of are near the end of this meeting with those items on minutes and reports pushed to the Friday meeting. But I really think, and I'll speak to the co-chairs, that we must make sure that we sign off on all those minutes and essentially catch up with the reports that we have to adopt, because we can't delay those reports. So what I want to suggest to the meeting, could we just be informed of what correspondence we've received, and then see if there's any particular approach in regard to that? Are members happy with that if we put those items onto our next meeting? Can someone indicate if they're okay with that? Or okay, if we can look at thanks, Honorable Van Rooyen. If we can just, can you make it a bit, okay, we received correspondence, there we are, from the pension scheme for officers of parliament. That's a task team of certain officials who have concerns around some of these particular issues. We have received a briefing in regard to that. So that's the one item that needs to be responded to. Then in July, we received a letter from Honorable Mikalakis about seeking clarity of expenditure related to a parliamentary visit to Russia. And then the next one, Cindy, one from Honorable Masina, which we've just been talking about, requesting us to comment. And then another one from Honorable Badenhorst, which essentially deals with this whole issue of the Guiama transfer of custodial powers, also what we've discussed today and is going to be discussed at our next meeting. Anything else, Cindy? Okay, nothing. Cindy, is that all?
Yes, Mr. Cameron, that's Mr. Dugmore, that's all.
Okay, if you can just go put it back up again. I think in regard to the first item, I would just suggest that it's proposed that our co-chairs respond to that and look at how, acknowledging that, and then following up with, a further meeting just to clarify certain matters where we can specifically deal with the PSOP's issues, although the officials of Parliament have given us a report on that matter. So I'm just suggesting that the correspondence is responded to. In terms of Honorable Mikalakis, my sense of this issue, colleagues, is that in the first instance, such an inquiry, and I understand if I've got this right, that this relates to, if I'm not mistaken, to an NCOP delegation. So my view was we should request Honorable Mikalakis to direct this directly to the chairperson of the NCOP and seek a response from the NCOP chair. And then in regard to the next item, we've dealt with that. We will just write to Honorable Masina and indicate that we're discussing the matter again on Friday the 28th. And then in regard to Honorable Badenhorst, my own view is that, and he's obviously in this meeting and is aware of the process that we are following to get into more detail about this issue. But formally, the co-chairs need to respond to Honorable Badenhorst indicating, people have had an opportunity to ask questions here. Those questions have been responded to. The governance issue is being dealt with as we've been discussed. So just to formally respond and indicate. So colleagues, that would be the way that I suggest we deal with this correspondence. Are there any views? Honorable Badenhorst?
Yeah, Chair, I did actually write a formal letter to your officers regarding that issue. So you can respond on that letter. It'll be fine. Thanks.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. No, thank you, Honorable Badenhorst. If we're generally okay with that, I think let's then that is we'll note what we've decided in regard to how we deal with the correspondence. Those other matters will be referred to the Friday meeting, which essentially covers the item on this agenda about the third term, because that is our last meeting, and we'll just tweak the agenda as for that meeting as we've discussed now arising out of this meeting. So colleagues, in my view, we've now come to the end of this meeting. Co-chair, we haven't heard your voice. If you'd like to, and then I see Honorable, our co-chair Lekanyane is in the meeting now, and then also Honorable co-chair from the NCOP, Ndlovu. Can I just ask if our co-chairs would like to make concluding, or I first want to ask, would the speaker like to make any concluding remarks? And then I'm going to ask our co-chairs to to close the meeting. Speaker?
No, Chair, we will follow up on the issues that were raised in the meeting that require us to come back and give updates. Thank you very much, Chair.
Speaker, thank you. Co-chairs, any final words from yourselves?
I do not know on the part of Honorable Ndlovu if she may want to make any closing remarks, but let me thank you, acting co-chair, for holding the fort. I don't know what happened, but I was able to reconnect and followed almost all the proceedings, including the important suggestion that the speaker made in this meeting that a meeting should be convened with the affected executive so that this matter can be dealt with and be buried once and for all. And I think we also get the commitment that the issues that have been raised in this meeting, a follow-up will be made, and in appropriate forums, the reports will be made available. And I think one other important input which we must not miss, which the speaker has also spoken to, is the Committee on Members' Interest that may have to be spoken to make a submission to the ad hoc committee on the management of parliamentary villages. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Co-Chair. Honorable Ndlovu, Co-Chair.
Thanks very much, Coach Honorable Dagmore, and also as I step in from Honorable Lefanyani, thanks very much for making sure that we drive this ship now. Indeed, what Comrade Lefanyani is saying, that's what we have agreed. And we also want to emphasize, Chair, that most of the issues that honorable members are raising, obviously that's coming from the sixth administration. So from our side, we also want to be able to provide with the correct information rather than thumbsucking. So we still have to look at the areas so that honorable members, they feel they're recognized by the committee itself from our side. So I would like to pardon with honorable members as they write to us. It's not that sometimes we ignoring some of the things. It's just that sometimes we'll have to make sure that we get the correct information, and so that as we respond to members, we are already informed with what happened on the sixth administration. And with that said, Chair, thanks very much for making sure that whatever that has happened, whatever that it was discussed, we'll make sure that it has been implemented. And thanks very much. And I hope the next meeting will make sure that whatever response, whether it's good or bad, we'll make sure that it's been provided to the committee. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. Also, just again, a thank you to the STP and the team. We really value the work that's being done. And I said it in the beginning, and it's also a credit to the team, and then also our executive authority that Parliament continues to produce unqualified audits. I think it's very important. Obviously, the content is always something we need to engage in, and the targets, but the work that's being done is appreciated. We thank the Speaker as well for her advice and her guidance on many of these issues that we're having to deal with. My appeal as an acting co-chair is just that we all make sure that at that meeting on the 28th, we get all these minutes and reports and that approved. We all know that the fourth quarter, most of us are going to be involved, or if I should say, all of the members, that is, will be involved in the campaign for the local government elections. So I think we're not going to be meeting much at all until after that, but we will. I'm sure the co-chairs will guide us on the issues of whatever's going to happen in the fourth term. I see there's a last word from the Speaker.
No, Chair. I just wanted to say on the fourth quarter, we'll all be back because the fourth quarter starts from November to March. So we'll all be back for that report. Thank
Okay,
you.
I take what you mean. We've got a special fourth quarter, which is a very unusual fourth quarter. Yes, no, yeah. Thanks for that reminder. We take note. Colleagues, be safe. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon and weekend, and thanks to everyone for helping us make this into a productive meeting. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.